Welcome to the regular monthly meeting of the Charlottesville Board of Architectural Review. So after presentations by the staff and the applicant, members of the public are allowed 2 opportunities to speak. Please identify yourself and give your current address after you're finished speaking. If you can just sign in on the form so that we have accurate information in the minutes. I'll first ask for questions from the public and then from the board, and then comments from the questions and comments from the board. So in each instance, the members of the public have 3 minutes to either ask a question during questions or make comments during comments, but just please limit your questions and comments to things that are in the BAR's jurisdiction, which is basically the outside of a building and the site. After the BAR's discussion and before the vote, the applicant will be allowed up to 3 minutes to respond for the purposes of clarification, and thank you for participating. So we'll start with matters from the public that are not on the agenda. Okay. Next we have the consent agenda, and the first item on the consent agenda is the June 18th regular meeting minutes. The next item is a certificate of appropriateness application at 301 East Jefferson Street for concrete bench installation. The third item is a COA for 1824 University Circle, modifications to a pergola. And finally, a certificate of appropriateness application in a historic conservation district, 603 Lexington Avenue.
I move to pass the consent agenda.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
And none opposed. All right, so those items are all passed.
Yeah.
And you're good to go. Thanks for coming out.
That was fun. All right. Thank you. I'll see you soon.
Okay, next we'll move on to new items. And so we have a certificate of appropriateness application for 150 Chancellor Street.
Good evening.
Okay, let me do my
Oh,
thing.
yeah.
and then-
Oh,
Jeff will do
It's all
his
yours.
first
It's
and
all
then.
yours.
Can I still stand here? and
Otherwise,
sign in?
it violates.
And Trustee, you don't even need to sign in because we already have your info.
Don't want to
just sit in
violate
the front there.
international law.
Scary.
That's right. It's all right.
Oh, you okay?
Good evening. This is a certificate of appropriateness for 150 Chancellor Street. It's a building constructed around 1910. It's a colonial revival brick dwelling. It is a contributing structure within the corner ADC district. The 3-story house has stylistic details, including a prominent boxed cornice with modillion blocks and frieze board. The house also features a colonial revival dual Doric column porch, and it's been serving as a rooming house originally, and in 1979 a sorority purchased it and continues to be used by the sorority. This is a request to replace the existing historic cornice, and Mr. Serafin and I were discussing earlier the classical definitions of cornice, and so this is, I believe it's a 7-piece cornice: the crown, fascia, soffit, the cornice itself, frieze board, bed mold, and the modillions. So thinking those in a composite of the different parts. So the request is to replace that using new composite materials, and the intent is because of concern about the deterioration of material over long time. Oh, I cannot speak tonight. Over long terms, they wanted to, for maintenance purposes, go with some sort of an artificial material. And I just want to note, in the application referred to repair and replacement. However, the indication seems to be that this is about replacing the elements that you see there. So, applicant request is to replace all of the painted wood elements: the crown, fascia, soffit, cornice, frieze, bed mold, and modillions. The submittal provides information only on the proposed medallion, which is a corbelled dentil of composite material. Last week, I contacted the applicant and said that the information provided was not adequate to represent what was existing and to what extent the new would replicate or be similar to the existing. I think I shared with you all the sketch that I made, and I understand that, well, hopefully that the applicant will have some additional information to add tonight. If the information is not provided, or if it's not adequate to determine, again, what's there and what the new would look like, staff's recommending a deferral of this request. If the information is provided and the BAR wishes to take action on the request, staff recommends that the following be taken into consideration during the discussion. One, will the new material suitably replicate or be similar to the existing in both dimension and design? The design guidelines recommend that any replacement be of a like design. Next, do the existing conditions warrant removal and replacement of the entire cornice? So far, we've only seen one photograph of that cornice. It's the top one there. The applicant's intent is to increase the lifespan and reduce maintenance of the cornice. The design guidelines recommend repair over replacement. And this building is 3.5 stories on the front, taller on the rear and side, so arguably the height does create difficulties for routine maintenance. And finally, is the use of composite material appropriate? The design guidelines do not recommend against their use. In fact, back in 2017, you all approved the fraternity over on Madison Lane replicated an old Chippendale railing that had been lost, and contacted a company that matched it almost exactly, and so that was a good outcome. However, the intent there was to restore a long missing item, not to remove and replace the existing. So there's some questions here that you all can just address with the applicant, but that's what I have. Any questions? All right, thank you.
And just to clarify for the Zellers, your application was passed, but you're welcome to stay with us. Okay.
As far as the questions and samples, they're here. I didn't realize that I didn't send an accurate picture. You can see the cracks in it up there, but there's actually where the, well, you can see on the corner of that one, on the right corner of the house, that's a hole. And everywhere that the downspouts are coming out, there's holes in the soffit. This is the, you call it a medallion? This is the old medallion, and you can see that, I mean, this stuff seriously needs to be replaced. Part of the questions that Mr. Warner had brought to us was replicating this exactly. And my contractor will answer a lot.
How's it all doing? I'm Ted with Century Exteriors, by the way. And when we first came out here and looked at the resident here, and as you can see, I mean, this is rotted all the way through. These are boards that you just cannot find at any store anymore. I mean, even in some of the retail stores like Lowe's or Home Depot, you cannot even find this. What they do make nowadays are, they'll make a polyurethane products, which is pretty much microcellular foam that they make, and mold products with, they have lifetime warranty on it. It's rot proof, so it'll never rot. Termites can be.
Yes.
Could we ask you to speak into the mic?
Oh,
yeah.
sure, I'm so sorry. So, as I was saying, you cannot find these boards anywhere. So they now, they're making now what they call polyurethane products. I just brought one sample of now. Yes, it's not the same size, but I do have a book that has many, many different sizes that they make. It's a microcellular product. It's foam, so basically when it's molded, it stays and keeps the form forever. It has a lifetime warranty on every one of these blocks. So it's not, it'll never rot on the home. Termites cannot even, take advantage, it repels termite infestation as well too. Also, as we were looking at this, there's soffit, as you can see, that's cracked on the whole home here. And they do make composite, which is pretty much they call cellular composite. boards in many different sizes that we can actually put on this home. And as far as having ventilation, as you can see, that are pretty much pre-drilled into the wood, we can do the same thing as well and put the same vented caps on them like it shows on the picture up there as well too. So basically, we're just trying to get this home maintenance-free. The cost of them having to continue painting this, the wood that they're painting is already rotted. So how many times are they going to have to continue doing this without putting a product that has a lifetime warranty on it, is what we would like to propose on the building.
I would like to make one correction to Mr. Warner. On the back side of our house, it's 5 stories tall. The house is actually 5 stories. So it is very difficult to find contractors that have equipment that can go that high. And we cannot get lifts into that area, front of the house, back of the house, or sides of the house. Or, well, actually, the driveway side, you could probably get one in. But which is part of the reason why we're trying to make this as maintenance-free as possible and using the composite, since it does look like wood. I mean, it looks like wood, it's just maintenance-free. The medallions, I've heard 4 different names for this thing. We would like to try to find something that is just really, really close to it without having to have these custom fabricated. We're really kind of pushed for time here. The girls come back August 24th, and they cannot do this work with the girls there because they have to scaffold the whole house. This company is out of Lynchburg. I tried to find someone locally. I could not find anyone locally that could do it for less than $78,000 because they had to rent scaffolding, and this company has their own scaffolding. So it was just much more cost effective to go out of Charlottesville to do this. But there again, we're running really short on time, and if we could get, I had Mr. Warner just handed out, we have samples of, some of the pre-done ones that we can do that will be close. This, like I said, this was just a sample of the material. Would y'all like to
Please.
have these?
Oh, I'd like to add one more thing. I know on the cornice molding and things like that are on the fascia board, as you can see that they do make pieces that we can get very, very close to what it is up there to give it that same design look as the building has now. And I'd like to pass this around if you want to see this as well.
I'm gonna give Mr. Warner's gonna do his exercise tonight. But anyway, basically, that is just, we're asking for the ability to use a composite material to help us with the maintenance. Like I said, since it's hard, it was almost impossible to find somebody in Charlottesville that could do this work, that was cost effective. I mean, y'all know better than anybody how expensive it is to maintain historic structures. And I've been in front of most of y'all enough to know that I do try my best to try to keep things original, because I do respect and absolutely love the history, the historical integrity of the house. But y'all know too that a lot of times I've had to come in and ask for compromises with you guys to try to make it look the same or as close to the same, but still make it feasible.
Okay. We'll start with questions from the public and questions from the board.
Have you looked at the gutters at all?
The gutters were replaced 6 years ago, so the gutters should be fine.
Should be fine, but you said the damage, you thought it got really bad in the last year. Is that what I remember reading?
I think a lot of it, the intense amount of rain we had last July seriously caused the wood to just really start deteriorating more. I'm hoping and praying that the gutters are not going to be a factor in this. But there again, as y'all know, when you get a house this old, they get up there, they may find out that there's issues with the gutters. And like I said,
It really looks, my first guess looking at the damage is that it would have been the gutters.
They are new. The downspouts, well, actually, the downspouts were, I take that back. They were put on the first year I was there, so that was 5 years ago. It was 5 or 6 years ago, those
The
gutters.
downspouts, but did they reline the Philadelphia gutter?
They
it looks
did
like
the
it's
gutters and the downspouts.
Okay, so they did the whole,
They did the whole thing, yeah. Yes, sir. We do have some of the soldiers, actually, you could see some of the soldiers in the top photograph right above the window have poked out, and I have been trying to get that repaired. There again, it is just so far up, and we can't get scaffolding in the front of the house because of the power lines. The back of the house, we have a patio back there with Italian travertine that won't hold the weight of a lift, and they can put scaffolding back there though. And then this side of the house is, I think y'all can put scaffolding on that side too. The front of the house and then the other side. So they're gonna basically have to scaffold the entire house except for right across the front. I think they're even gonna partially scaffold that off the deck, but no, I've had several masonry companies come out and look at that, and you know, they're just, oh man, it's so hot, it's so high up there, and I'm, yeah. Maybe I could find some off-duty firemen with a ladder truck. But it really is just very difficult to find people that'll work that high.
Other questions?
I have a question. How representative is this of all of the pieces up there? In the picture, it's hard to tell.
That actually was probably one of the better ones.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, sir. Well, to be honest with you, I didn't know that was that bad. And the reason it's all broken up is because I crawled out the window and knocked it off with a hammer so I could show y'all exactly, so y'all would have it in hand, because I know y'all like to see things. And I got out and knocked it off with a hammer, and I didn't quite catch it, so it hit the concrete. But there again, once the wood, it was just pretty bad.
please tell me you had a harness.
Huh?
Please tell me you had a harness.
Don't tell us.
Oh, no, I just,
God.
yeah, please strike that from anything that you're recording so National never hears it.
My crew will have it.
Yeah.
They'll have equipment to do it right.
So, I'm assuming that's a ventilated attic, yes?
Yes.
And those are soffit vents that were put in sometime in the last 30 years?
Oh, yes, well, I don't know how long they've been up there, but they've been painted over so many times they're actually pretty much useless. So those will be replaced with new ones too, which, you know, like you said, to drill through that composite like that, the wood, it won't rot around where the cracks, it won't rot out from where the wood's been cut, the hole's been cut through the wood to put in the vents. So another reason why we're trying to go with the composite material.
What material are you talking about using for the soffit and the fascia?
It would be the same. It would be,
It'd be the,
yes, the cellular composite, yes.
okay. So that'd be a cellular PVC for everything?
Yes.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell from the photos. From the photos, the brackets look like they're in pretty good shape. Do you have more photos showing deterioration?
For ones that haven't been knocked off with a hammer.
Haven't fallen
And
four
fallen to the
stories?
concrete.
There are quite a few that you can see, you can see some of them are cracking. The only photos, I actually had photos on my phone, but I walked out of the house and left my phone at home since I wasn't going to bring it into the meeting anyway. So I'm sorry, I do have a lot more photos.
I mean, no doubt it needs paint, but it's hard to tell that they're actually deteriorated.
But promise, they are. That whole section up there is just, and even the dormers are probably going to need to have some work done to them next year because they're starting to fall apart too. But I'm not going there this year. I'm too pushed to get all the stuff that has to be done right now.
So
Are
have
you
you,
able to see in your pictures on the?
I'm trying to find some.
Yeah.
I think this is some right here. There's some of it. There's just some of it shows just separation, you know, the gaps between the tops all the way across.
Yeah, I started to say, I seen it.
So the material you're proposing is a 5-pon?
Yes.
Okay.
This one right here, you can see.
Do
We call
you,
them blocks.
yeah, do you have something that's closer to what's up there that you found?
Yes, in this book here, I can pass the book around.
Okay.
They have,
Actually-
lots of these here. I'm sorry, sir.
I've been tasked by the gentleman who's recording this. to
Okay.
get people to talk into the mic.
I'm so sorry.
So I've been given a job.
So yes, they should be a size. I'm going to pass that book around.
I know, it's so difficult with a cell phone.
Yeah, it's got this is a totally different shape. It's more like that. It's got a.
Did you go?
It's got that, you have to cut the outside.
I mean, it didn't look bad from the ground. Every corner of
But I mean, even if it's industrial at this point in time.
This isn't, I mean, that's an OG, that's a.
There's like random bits in
Clapboard,
the middle that are.
clapboard, and then that's all, it looks like it's like a quarter round or something.
That's the whole thing, but it was,
And another piece of
First of all,
ground.
two need to be replaced. We want to get everything we can. They want to bring it 1 point on this.
like, yeah, if you look at that.
These almost look like they're
Well, see, there's something right in there, isn't there? Is that not, or is that this piece? Is that like a,
Gutters are.
Yes.
I mean, unless that damage is 5 years old, it doesn't sound like it's 5 years old.
It's just, I think, because
because are those coped to this?
revising the whole thing for the purpose of. It's not
I mean, it'd be really nice to
Yes, sir.
see,
Ask
like,
them to look at it.
I just,
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised, it's 2 pieces. It's,
We are too. Yes, sir.
I mean,
It's
seriously.
almost like they
Sorry, I
started
didn't
when
catch it.
somebody said, hey, I could do a really cool thing on the bottom. Yeah,
They did 100 years ago.
yeah. I don't know if these are helpful.
I really did try.
It's okay.
Plus the way it was nailed.
We're just gonna do that because it's a two-piece part.
It was the strangest nailing job I've ever seen in my life.
Any other questions?
So are we trying to figure out what's existing there? It looks like there's some sort of a, maybe an 1.5-inch board in the soffit and then a gap and then continuation of the soffit. Is that a vent line?
It looks like it's a vent line. Original vent line, yes.
And was your plan to recreate the vent line?
Yes, sir.
So that sketch that I put on there, that's sort of the best I could reconstruct it.
That's on a flat board. So that's what that is. This is a flat board. That's on.
I mean,
and
we-
this looks
we
like a
are-
flat board, and then-
The, everything that's gonna be replaced, with the exception of possibly these things, we're putting everything, it will look exactly the same. It just won't be wood.
Yeah, they're missing stuff.
And y'all can pick whichever one of those medallions you want. We'll
So
stick 'em
this
up
is what
there.
you're proposing? Was that their proposal or is that, that's a Mudra?
Yeah, I just did that sketch and said, here's kind of what a dimensionally it needs to be.
Or from the.
Just so we know
This is, I think,
there.
this time.
Um,
I should take that to the.
There's a cleat that says right there.
Oh, thank you.
Medallion, soffit.
Yeah, it's pretty different.
Okay, why don't we move on to comments, and start with comments from the public? Okay, comments from the board? While everybody's, kind of gathering their thoughts, I just thought I would read the pertinent guidelines that we're supposed to be considering. So for rehabilitation regarding the cornice, it says, keep the cornice well sealed and anchored and maintain the gutter system and flashing. Repair rather than replace the cornice. Do not remove elements of the original composition such as brackets or blocks without replacing them with new ones of a like design. Match materials, decorative details, and profiles of the existing original cornice design when making repairs. And do not replace the original cornice with a new one that conveys a different period, style, or theme from this building, which I understand that's not the intention. And it says, the other two, I guess, aren't related to your application.
Melanie, if I could also add, our guidelines also reference the Secretary of the Interior standards, and in their rehabilitation guidelines, their recommended action in this case is either repairing, of course, or if required, repairing a deteriorated wood feature, wood siding on a primary or other highly visible elevation with a new matching wood feature. They're not recommended is replacing a deteriorated wood feature or wood siding on a primary or other highly visible elevation with a composite substitute material.
Tracy, what year did you all replace the windows? Do you remember?
That was my first year here too, so that would have been during the summer of 5 years ago, 5 to 6 years ago.
Okay.
Thank you for that, by the way. Actually, I just ordered interior storm windows to go on the front of the house, so
And how are the front ones operating now?
we don't even try to use them.
They didn't work on them at all during the...
No, there was really there was nothing they could do to make those poor windows work any better. We have one of the windows on the third floor actually works okay, but all the rest of them, they just stay shut. But I decided we needed some better insulation in there, and we've got custom interior windows coming for the front of the house, so we'll still get the storm window, but they won't be seen in the front of the
Okay.
house. And that should help considerably with the comfort level.
Comments?
Yeah, so we do have precedent for using composite materials. And we do say, use it high up where you can't touch it, which this is certainly high up where, someone can't mess with it. I've got a couple concerns though so I am really worried about your gutters.
Y'all have now
Yeah.
made me concerned about my gutters.
So I would be really worried that you would do this work and you'd be covering up a much bigger problem.
Right.
Which might be part of the reason that you said the soldier courses are coming out. I mean, perhaps there's water getting into the wall. So I know you're on a tight timeline
No,
and a
please.
tight budget, but if I were to approve this, I think what I would prefer you did is, one, make sure the gutters are
Right, I'm
right.
actually gonna take care of that
Yeah.
We are
tomorrow.
a company too, by the way.
Oh, well.
I just did a historic in growing up in Virginia where we're replacing the entire gutter lining in there, replacing the round downspouts in the hidden gutter system like she has in there. We'll be glad to take a look at it. That's no problem at all.
The other thought is just that so our guidelines do say match materials, details, profiles. Some of these are sort of close, but not really. I would much prefer if you were to replace all of it, that you somehow got someone to measure what's there, find out what's there, and then replicate it. And I know you probably can't do that this summer, but if there were a way to do it right next year,
As soon as the girls
yeah,
move out.
Especially if
Yeah.
you might be doing the gutters too.
yeah.
Which would have been preferable to have all of this done that went right after they moved out, but.
So, I mean, I recognize paint can hide an awful lot of rot.
Yeah,
So
well, I don't want that.
Yeah, no, right. And I sympathize with the idea that you don't want to be up there painting every 10 years or whatever. But if you were to replace it with composite, I would want to see a match to what's there.
I mean, yeah, and the other thing I'd just be really curious to know is what's really going on with the venting situation, because what it might just be is that the gutters are fine, and all that's doing is driving moisture from up below up into that's why it's all rotting, so everything's fine on top, but underneath everything is a mess because the vents don't actually ventilate.
Yeah, that could be.
I mean, I just don't know what your insulation situation is there, but if it's
There's actually
incorrectly
nothing, I don't know that there's anything insulated there. It's,
Is the attic occupied, the third floor? Or fifth floor,
it's
or-
actually technically the fifth floor. We call it the fourth floor because we count the basement. But, yes, I have 6 residents that live in the attic.
So, anyway, I think there's some technical research to do there because there's gotta be a reason, particularly if this has fallen off so quickly, that it was okay and then not okay. Something's amiss.
But it did, but all four corners it has. Now, the back right corner and the front right corner, they started deteriorating a little over a year ago. And, I brought that to the attention of national, we're gonna have the soffits and stuff replaced. And, there was other things that took priority, at the time. And so now it was this year when I turned in, for the record, I turn in my list of repairs before winter break to them, okay? This is not my fault. But they've been warned all year that this was coming. So, but there again, it was just waiting to get approval from their board and then finding a company that could do the work at a reasonable cost has been most of the delay. If we okay, I was getting ready to offer a compromise, but that really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Because I was going to say if we could just replace the soffit for right now, if that could just be approved, and then we could just come back once we could get the.
But if you have a water problem or something up there, that's just not, you're just.
Well, I'm gonna
throwing
now.
good money after bad.
I'm going to this week. I'm going to either they're going to have to come, or I have to find somebody local that can, the roofing company that actually did the work 6 years ago, 5 years ago, or whatever. Get them to come back out and check those gutters. I'm not going to be a very happy person if something's wrong with those gutters since they're
But it
new.
could also
but-
be the dormers or the step flashing around the chimneys. I mean, if
I
all
don't-
it was the gutters, it could be something else.
Can I offer just an observation, just having the image up large like this? From my experience, what I see in the corner on the right, the discoloration in the brick, clearly something is not getting to the downspout. Clearly something's running down that corner. That's sort of a troubling.
It could be coming from the chimney and traveling all the way down the rafter and coming out.
And then the issue with the header over the window, the flat arch, to see bricks move is generally a function of freeze thaw, or maybe an earthquake in 2011. I don't know, but to see things move and shift like that, there's something mechanical going on that's a little more than just moisture.
Well, now those soldiers, soldiers, the window arch soldiers, whatever, those were poked out before. They've been poked out like that since before I got there.
Okay.
So that wasn't part of the.
It's better news.
Yeah,
That wasn't part of the immediate damage there.
So what I was offering in this is that I do, from my background, see a lot more going on there that almost suggest a scaffolding is necessary to diagnose what this is, and that there may be time for you. I don't see up there, Michael, I don't know what you think, I don't see up there a quick, 2-week project. This is one where you find things, and
Well, if the issue is Philadelphia gutters, which it looks like it is, and maybe it's been replaced and it's just an old issue and it's not still leaking there, that's possible. But if that was the issue, then once you open it up, it's very likely you're going to find that you don't have a surface to nail to. So you may be replacing rafter tails at that point, or sistering something on, just giving yourself a surface. That's pretty common.
One thought, and obviously I'm not speaking for the whole board on this, but if you do find that the gutters are bad after you've replaced them 5 years ago, There is precedent for getting rid of Philadelphia gutters and putting exterior gutters on. If, I mean, that might help you if you end up finding that you've got a big mess and the gutters that you just paid for are all bad. But, just a thought.
Right, eliminates one
Thank
piece of crown.
Yeah, or you put a half round on there, but yeah.
I mean, you can probably put gutters up there, you know, you have to use straps to do it on the curved,
Yeah.
pieces like that, so it could be done. But
I don't want that done.
she doesn't want to.
Okay.
It's possible to
I mean, if
fix
you
the
re-
Philadelphia gutters. It's just complicated, and
It
most
is.
people do it wrong.
They do,
Yeah.
they do.
So my point being that, is that the Modillion matching them, and given what we learned from that company, it's probably not that difficult a process. Other elements of the cornice may be fine in what's available. But the thought being that there is a level of diagnosis necessary up there, which it provides some timing. So I just, the possibility that this ordering replacement or finding a more similar Modillion doesn't, I think there's a lot going on that has to be assessed. So the idea of finding something quickly to put up there is probably not, you probably have time to replicate the Modillions.
Yeah.
That's my
And
opinion.
the other thing is I'd be inclined to do some exploratory surgery anyway and cut out a piece of the soffit, find out what, I think there's actually a bed mold of some sort right here, and it's two pieces of wood. And then you've got the Modillion, and then this looks like a pretty standard piece of crown up
Yes.
there.
Yes, sir.
So, I think most of that's pretty easily replicated. It's just really just the Modillion, but I think you also need to find out what's under it.
That's correct.
But I would say when you do come in for, to finally get approved a replacement, I would like to see some close-up documentation and then also what you have selected to replace it so that we can decide, yeah, that matches, that's close enough, or, yeah, other than just kind of like, oh, we'll get close. There's a little,
In that case, I am gonna see y'all later. But thank you anyway very much for the input on everything, and that is awesome. I am going to get all that checked out, and then when I come back, I'll have my dress.
And
Does that
one more quick note is you can look on Five Ponds website, and they can do custom matching of things. It just takes more time. So if you have more time, you can always send in a piece.
I pretty much figured that there was no way this was gonna get done before the girls came back. We've got other projects that are going on too that still need to be done, and we'll just have to table this for now until we find out exactly what's causing the problem, and that's, in all honesty, I didn't think of that. But my theory with the old houses is every time, I was expecting when that material came off to be replaced that there was going to be something found wrong, because it is just my luck with the house. And nothing is ever easy. It's just like always something.
So it's always good for the applicants to request a deferral, and what that does is gives you, if you guys want to come back next meeting, great. If you want to come back in December,
Yeah.
that's fine too.
Yes, ma'am.
It gives you more flexibility.
So is that what I do? May I request a deferral? Is that?
Yes?
I will move to accept the request for deferral.
Second?
All in favor? Aye. And none of us.
May I just ask you, just to be clear, so the idea of an alternative material seems to be willing to entertain. The intent would be, we want to see something that matches, and then it really is making that assessment of what's going on behind there. Is that the recommendation on why we're sort of suggesting, find out what you have, there's something bigger. But the idea of a composite material is not off the table.
I'm good with that. Maybe we do a quick show of hands so that this isn't, oh,
Yeah.
The material needs to match what's there. That's what the
That's-
guidelines say.
That's my preference as well.
Yes.
Me too, that's 3.
Oh, come on.
anyone else gonna?
And of course, the board's composition, like you guys come back in January, maybe it's a couple of votes here and there, and maybe a different person's absent, you never can tell. But
Okay, I'll cross my fingers. You can be gone.
yeah. So, but the thing
That's
is
fine.
that you might want to consider is when you get up there and look, it may be that 95% of them are okay to be continued to be used, and that you only
We'll
well
hold
when
out
you get
hope.
up there, it's hard to tell from
We'll hold out
down at the street, right?
It definitely is. I'll be very curious.
Mold can look like a hole, or mildew growth can look like a hole. That
Oh, well, that's true too. There are definite holes in the soffit, though. Definitely holes there. But
Yeah.
we will defer this till later. And as always, I appreciate y'all's.
yes.
So on the ones who said no, are we saying that you just want it replaced again with just wood?
We want to see it repaired, well, I want to see it repaired rather than replaced. And you don't know how bad that is yet because no one has gotten up there to look at it.
Right,
So
that's
I would
correct.
like to, this has been a building that's had
Sure.
its maintenance ignored for many, many years. It's in bad shape.
Not since I've been.
I know, but I'm not blaming anyone. But I also don't want to see the building be destroyed of its historic character because people have ignored it and not done the proper maintenance to it.
And that's very-
And so until someone gets up there and is able to check the built-in gutter and see all the problems with it, the dormers, the soldier course or the jack arches over the windows, the cornice, until you have a condition survey of what kind of condition that roof and the cornice is, it's hard for me to stand back here and look at pictures or look 35 feet in the air and say, oh yeah, replace all of it. I can't do that. Not in good conscience for, and protect and be on this board.
I do understand that. I'm almost 100% sure that all the actual, what's the wide board that's attached to? That's the soffit part, right?
Yes, the horizontal one.
Yes, I'm pretty sure the soffit's got to be replaced. I don't think you're
I
gonna find any
agree,
good
and
wood up there.
I think there are people's assessment
pretty
that
well
the
done,
built-in
yeah.
gutter has been leaking for some time is probably very accurate.
But I will definitely get an assessment done. That's gonna have to be done, and National's just gonna have to deal with it. So we, not just for information, in the 5 years I've been there, they have put right at $1 million into repairing this house. There's a lot of work that's been done, and that's why, they're cost prohibitive to maintain, worth every penny, but still in a way prohibitive.
Imagine a lot of that went into the sprinkler system that had to go into the house to allow the kind of use that it's getting to.
Well,
It was
I'm
never
talking
really-
just in the 5 years that I have been here, the repairs that have been done and maintenance and upkeep and improvements and renovations have come to almost right at $1 million just in 5 years. That's not the sprinkler system. And we're getting ready to have the sprinkler pump compressor thing has gonna end up, it's pretty much died, or it's on its last legs, and I gotta get that done before it goes out completely, because I'm not gonna do fire watch. I can't go there.
So
Well, I apologize for speaking plainly, but I'm not as tactful as my colleagues up here.
I've learned that, sir, thank you. And that's perfectly all right with me. Although, I would love for you to come out to the Sigma Alpha Mu fraternity house and tell me what's historic about that concrete wall, because after the meeting last month about the wall at the Sammy House, I stood out and I have looked at that concrete wall for as much as I can, and I see nothing that's special about that wall. Nothing.
Then it probably wouldn't do me any good to come out there and tell you.
Well, in all honesty, that's with the utmost respect. I actually like to know what makes it historic. Because this interests me. If I was qualified, I'd be applying for a job up here with you guys, but I'm nowhere near
You don't
qualified.
want this job. You don't want this job.
I love that house with all my heart, and I've got a lot invested in it, and I want the work done right. I would like to get it done as maintenance free as, to make it more permanent, so it's not work that has to keep getting done, but I'm gonna keep her up.
Okay.
And I appreciate all the past compromises and stuff that y'all have given me, and I greatly appreciate the information you've given me tonight. So we're gonna defer. Y'all gonna have to put up with me again in the future. But we'll let y'all get on with business.
Okay, thank you.
Thank y'all.
Good
All
luck.
right.
Thanks.
Next up, we have a certificate of appropriateness application in a historic district for 801 Rugby Place.
And I had a phone.
I'm sitting out for this.
Okay.
Is there a phone with photographs on?
Your phone?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, he got his phone back. It's a good reminder.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That was, it was a helpful discussion. Actually, I made a note of, this is the kind of thing that when we get something, how do we best prepare for the, what do we need to see? What is it we really got to get at? And Melanie and I, being the owners of old houses, we appreciate finding things you didn't want to find. Excuse me. So this is a certificate of appropriateness request for 1801 Rugby Place. It is within the Rugby Road Historic Conservation District. The house was constructed circa 1929. It's a two-story colonial revival house. It is a contributing structure within the Conservation District. The request is to remove, there's an existing rear deck, and this is a corner lot, so saying rear is but the front of the house faces Rugby Place, and the side is along Rugby Road there, so, but this is the rear, the north side. To remove the existing deck that's there and construct a new 10-foot by 15-foot wood deck elevated on brick piers and with a stairway on the west side connecting to the side yard. The elevation shows only the east elevation, but the north and west elevations are to be similar. The bricks will match the existing on the house. The decking will be Ipe boards with painted wood skirt board, and everything that's to be painted is painted white. The railing is to be a simple wood railing painted white, 6x6 cap posts. These are dimensional, but I don't know if it actually be 2x4s, but 2x4 bottom and top rails, 2x2 pickets, and a top rail that's capped 2x6. Again, the stairs will be Ipe wood with painted trim rail stringers to match the deck. And below the deck, the space in between the piers, the intent is to have lattice paneling, and some of those panels will be hinged to operate as doors. Again, Historic Conservation District, so somewhat of a different approach to the ADC district or to an IPP. Staff finds that this request is appropriate, and we recommend approval. Any questions?
We'll start with questions from the public and questions from the board. Okay, comments from the public? All right, comments from the board?
I mean, I think it looks great. You can barely see it. It's the only time you can see it is down the driveway. Yeah, I've got no concerns.
Yeah, I think it's entirely appropriate, especially in a conservation district.
Yep, and it, there's no conservation district guidelines that particularly pertain to decks, but the materials are quality materials, and I think would also be appropriate in an ADC district.
Ditto.
No concerns.
We have a motion maker.
Having considered the standards set forth in the city code, including historic conservation district guidelines, I move to find the proposed rear deck satisfies the BAR's criteria and is compatible with this property and other properties in the Rugby Road Historic Conservation District, and the BAR approves the application as submitted.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And none opposed. Okay. Oh, I forgot for you guys to add to the report. Sorry.
Do you want to change your minds?
Yeah.
Do you want to defer?
Okay. Good luck.
Okay, next up.
We just saved some time.
We've got 872 Locust Avenue, which is a certificate of appropriateness application in a historic conservation district.
Just somewhat humiliating to listen to Carl rattle that off. It's you must have your practice things before you
I don't like to waste time.
Well, my stumbling over words is not a function of time wasting. It's just my
All right.
brain's going faster than my
This is
mouth.
wasting time.
I'm wasting time. Sorry, this is a COA request for 872 Locust Avenue. Again, it is within a historic conservation district, the Martha Jefferson Neighborhood Conservation District. It was constructed in 1906 for widow Sally Reeves. This two-story, late 19th and early 20th century American movement style house is a contributing structure within the district. The house features a hipped roof and a porch that wraps the north and south facing facades. And just as a note, in the maps for the Historic Conservation District, there are two small structures in the back indicated as contributing. Those no longer exist, and so if there was, Tim had asked about Tim, the intern, had asked about some of the things in the back impacting those structures, but I can't find where they went, and no indication of when. So that said, that's why in the rear, we had I've already approved, or I told Mike that what's going on in the rear, the grade steps down because of the guidelines. It doesn't have to be reviewed, so there's a lot of those things in the back are already occurring. So this request is for the garage there. It's on the south side of the house, slightly set back to the rear. The new garage will be 24 feet by 24 feet. It has a hip roof with two dormers over a two-story portion, and there's a single-story segment at the rear with a hip roof that mimics that of the house's porch. The exterior walls will have a 4-foot section of brick matching the house, and above that, a hardy plank siding. The roofing is to be standing seam, again matching the house. Entry doors, steel doors. The garage doors are cedar paneled garage door. The windows will be a Marvin Integrity casement window. And then the other component of this is some landscaping in the front yard. There's a brick wall that runs along the sidewalk. It's continuous. The applicant has asked if they can create a 4-foot break within the wall and allowing a walk to the front door from the sidewalk. Otherwise, currently it's walking up through the driveway. And also just some slight changes on the parking area. The existing, there's a portion of the parking area that will be turned over to sod. I don't think anybody ever has issues with that. Staff finds that the proposed garage and the site modifications are appropriate, and we do recommend approval. Are there any questions?
We'll start with questions from the public. Okay, questions from the board? Oh, that's what threw me off, the questions. Is the applicant here? Would you like to add anything to the staff report?
We know that the mason, sure. Yeah. I'm Josh Bonneberry with Element Construction. Nice to meet y'all. The front wall, masonry wall, was done about 5 to 10 years ago. The mason we're
Say more
using
like
for the
5.
work. 5, yeah. So,
By
Thought it'd be
done,
more
you mean
business.
built or
Built.
repaired?
yeah, built, so I
repointed.
guess the existing, there was just a concrete, someone formed up some concrete and put a metal, like plumbing pipe on the top. So the mason came in and put brick on it, and it has an arched brick on top. So the arched brick happened 5 years ago.
Okay.
After.
Is it concrete that's scored, that look like?
I don't think so. I don't have any historical.
It's not under the brick.
That's fantastic.
It's an inside joke, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. I was gonna laugh along, but it seemed like I knew. So yeah, we just thought it would be more pedestrian friendly to have that, and then we're repurposing the brick from the parking court that exists now for that walkway from the sidewalk to that front landing.
So one question I have is whether you're requesting any landscape approvals other than the walk and the puncture of the wall and the changes to the parking area? Is there any, because the landscape plan was included, I didn't know if there were other elements that you were.
No, so the front yard is basically being, left as is there. And we'll do some landscaping in the back, but from my conversations with Jeff, since that's not visible from the street,
Okay.
I think what we're doing is probably cleaning it up a bit.
Okay. And then the other question was, there was a comment about lighting wouldn't be visible from the street, but could you describe a little bit more what lighting is part of the project?
So there would be lighting. You see the ceiling fixture hanging down on the door on the back, and then there would be some lighting for that the side entrance, the people door entrance to the garage that's currently shown on the left side up there. So we haven't made a decision on those lights yet, or the final lighting plan hasn't been selected by the client.
Okay. And nothing currently in the street facade?
Currently, no, we don't have any lights planned for under the short awning.
No lights on the driveway.
Yeah, didn't plan on any driveway lights.
Good.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
All right, well, now we'll circle back to questions for the, from the public for the applicant. And questions from the board?
Sorry, I was out of order.
Yeah, all good. Okay, comments from the public and comments from the board?
So I like the fact that, you know, we're returning it to its, closer to its more historic landscape, at least in my mind, getting the parking out of the front of the yard, getting it so that it's to the right after the porte-cochere garage over there, getting a opening and a sidewalk coming up to the front of the house instead of walking down the driveway. I think all those are great improvements. I like the design of the garage. It seems very sensitive to the house itself and picks up a lot of the nice details. I think it's a great project just in general. I haven't studied the details like you all have, but.
Yeah, I agree completely.
Yeah, I agree, and whatever minor hesitation I might have had about the wall, that it's 5 years old, just blast through it. Yeah,
It's a short history.
yeah.
Also, I mean, the most common form around here is this driveway, is a sidewalk, a walk that runs straight
Right.
out to the street,
Right.
no matter what the
exactly.
topography is doing.
Right, and so to open that back up, it absolutely is returning it to a much more logical historic precedent.
Also appreciate that you're adding the garage, yes, but it's a reasonable size at 24 feet instead of
Cited
a lot of
correctly.
the garages that we end up seeing coming through are
Second houses.
second houses that, you know, anyway.
But it's sided, to the side and to the rear, respectfully of the main house. Yeah, I'm fully supportive of the application.
And I also just wanted to add that I know you guys worked with Breck on site and it was figured out a way to save the pecan tree, which I think is, no? That was you?
Well, when Mike originally brought this
Whoever
in,
it
he had some trees circled. I said, please don't make me ask Melanie to approve taking down that big tree. No, I meant the entire BAR, but I do think I referred specifically, and so try to say, we already had a compacted surface there with the parking lot already there, and it's just really taking some steps to keep those trees along that south side, I think is a win that I'll take any day. So, and yeah, Breck is my neighbor, so maybe he inspired me.
Yeah. All right,
So, Madam Chair, I have a motion.
please.
Having considered the standards set forth within the city code, including Historic Conservation District guidelines, I move to find that the proposed garage and site modifications satisfy the BAR's criteria and are compatible with this property and other properties in the Martha Jefferson Historic Conservation District, and that the BAR approves the application as submitted.
I'll second.
Oh,
Or third.
Justin and Tim both seconded.
Justin can have it.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And none opposed? Thank you.
All right, thank you all.
Good luck.
All righty. Next, we have a certificate of appropriateness application for 400 Rugby Road.
And I'm going to recuse myself.
Okay?
I'm stunned by that 5-year-old wall. That's just.
I made that much easier.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And, switching now to a wall built in the 1930s. This is 400 Rugby Road. It's Westminster Presbyterian Church. It was constructed circa 1939, designed by Marshall Wells, and it is a contributing structure in the Rugby Road, University Circle, Venable Neighborhood ADC District. We've had some conversations about this situation before. It's a bit of a recap. In December of 2018, a preliminary discussion about the removal of this tree and work necessary to repair the wall. There was also some discussion of, as you continue what would be to the north and in that turnaround area to create some ADA accessibility. And this design, the intent is to eliminate the need to do that and to accommodate that access through the northern break in the wall. As you all recall, one of the primary concerns was the removal of the tree, which actually falls within the city right-of-way, and also the work on the wall, which falls within the city right-of-way. In subsequent discussions with City Forester, some conversations with folks on the tree commission, it was suggested that it would be okay to remove the tree, provided that the city manager approved it. He has the authority to grant that. And we, working with the city attorney, drafted a letter allowing the work on the wall, allowing the removal of the tree by the applicant, and so that's all been signed off on. The last piece would be then getting approval from you all for the removal of the tree, reduction of the grade behind the wall, removing the curved segment of the wall, and the request is to repair it with a straight segment, although it would maintain the excuse me, the design of the wall, the height of the wall, reuse materials as much as possible. On either side of that small segment, there are currently 2 openings that are stepped because of grade. The one on the south is 4 steps. The one on the north, I think, is 2 or 3. The plan is to, at the north entrance, lower that to grade with the sidewalk, and that would facilitate the ADA accessibility up into the sanctuary entrance there. And then the entrance in the wall on the south side, close to the railroad bridge, would be the result is a 2-step or a 2-riser stair there. At the area where the ash tree currently is, there would just be some low landscaping. I know, Mr. Schwartz, you mentioned possibly some small tree in there. You all can discuss that. But the church they've been anticipating the removal of this ash for some time, and there's a series of large trees that have been planted between the wall and the sanctuary to, over time, fill in that space. And all that said, staff's opinion, again, that the city manager has granted the permission to do this work within the city right-of-way, and under the circumstances of moving a wall which is leaning into the sidewalk, removing it and producing a segment of sidewalk that goes from 2 foot wide to 4 foot 6. Staff finds that the proposed tree removal, brick wall modifications, and the site modifications are appropriate, and we recommend approval. Any questions?
And the applicants are here.
Thank you.
I'm Sandy Wilcox. I'm the church administrator for Westminster. In addition to what Jeff has already said, our impetus to doing this is really safety and accessibility. We tried to address that. We had, as you recall, an informal meeting several months ago, and have tried to incorporate a lot of those changes. With a 600-member church in a 90-car parking lot, we have a lot of use of people walking to church, and we make use of Lambeth Lane, University Way, Culbreth, and this is the access point for them. Otherwise, they're walking into the driveway, which is the reverse of what your last little project was addressing. We have also been aware of the failing health of the tree, and so 5 years ago, we started these trees. They were good-sized trees to begin with. And you can see in the picture that they're now filling in what would be a very open field for that. The tree, as you look down the street, up and down the street, is pretty brutalized by the utility crews. So the most it looks like a tree is from straight on. The side, it's just splayed right out with wires through it. So we are interested in maintaining our role within that part of the neighborhood. We know that we're kind of an anchor there. We're not trying to have a very auspicious entrance for a church that size. We're not a little country church, but we're trying to maintain a very kind of understated entrance. I don't know if you have particular questions. I have Jeff Ayton from Nelson Bird Wolf's here to answer questions that I'm probably not the one to answer, but we are trying to recognize the inevitability of that tree's loss. We also have one of the most active sidewalks in all of Charlottesville, and with 2 feet of clearance, there's no way that 2 people can pass on that without somebody stepping off the curb, and that's also one of the most active bicycle and now motorized scooter lanes in the city. So I think it is somewhat of a safety issue for the public as well as our safety in getting from the street and up into the property. So anyhow, thank you very much.
All right. We'll start with questions from the public. And questions from the board?
I've got a couple. So there's, well, the portion of the brick that you'd be removing, it's just the piece that's in between the 2 openings? That's right. So you wouldn't touch the wall on either side of the 2 openings? Would you recreate those little, there's like a little square pilaster at each opening, would you be recreating that?
So it's hard to see in that rendering, but yes, the essence of that wall and that there's a bit of a cap, that reveal between the pilaster and the actual wall is very small, but that difference would be maintained in the reconstruction of the wall, yes.
Well, sorry, Carl.
Is there a reason that, so the pathway, you've changed it a little bit, you've kind of made it a little more square than semicircle? Is there?
That was what I was going to ask.
Yeah, oh, well.
So I think, do you have the, is it page 3?
It looks like page 4 is the.
Page 3 is the existing condition?
Yes, yeah, I've got both, yeah.
So it's not quite, I mean, you can see how the path doesn't really come into the center of the opening. It comes into the center of the church and is aligned with the front door, but as it comes to the actual opening, it's not aligned. So we tried the circle, the semicircle, but it means that in order to make that geometry work, you actually have to take apart part of the existing wall that's beyond this opening, which we didn't want to do. So in order to make that adjustment, we've kind of we've pulled it in a little bit and truncated it. Otherwise, this arch, the circle doesn't come together in a geometry that really kind of works. So we can sort of lose that the arc of that circle in this tangent section that's closest to the wall, if that makes sense.
Well, so, okay, I think I'm understanding that you're telling me you can't meet the sidewalk at an angle.
Well, underneath here, you can see the existing, can you see the line underneath in this?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
This line.
Yeah.
Yep, that's the existing.
I mean, right, in that line right there. So
Right.
is there a reason that this can't sweep and sort of still follow that trajectory?
So you end up with 2 different arcs.
That's what it was.
it makes the path a little bit less wide. I think we're looking for a balance between keeping a geometry that is pleasing, matches the existing, and the existing is the wall opening, and also creates a path that is accessible and, you know, at the proper width. I don't know that we want to repeat something that wasn't particularly functional in the first place, so that's the effort here, is to match the geometries at the wall, which is really seems like what's important, and then to revise it slightly as you move away from that.
If you were, so if we were to be okay with the revision there, would it destroy what you've done to round it at the top? So it goes back to being more like feeling like a semicircle?
Sure, but we wouldn't end up with the semicircle hitting that path at the same. We kind of
Yeah,
want-
it's a little,
yeah.
okay.
I mean,
see
do you see what I
saying.
mean? I
It's
mean,
not-
if you draw the arc on the left-hand side and up, it's going to hit that center path at a different location than if you draw an arc on the right-hand side.
So
Okay.
you've got to fudge it somewhere.
Yeah. So this is
Okay.
our fudge to try and make that.
Yeah.
Make that
Well,
work.
okay, so that explains why, okay.
Yeah. Sorry, we probably should have had a diagram that kind of explained that evolution, but that was our reasoning behind that.
So they are currently mirrored, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
They're mirrored, but then, as you can see, the center path is offset.
Yeah,
Because we want it to align with the front of the church. So it's that joint between the two that's where that fudge
I think it'd be hard to
happens.
notice on the ground when you're there, when it's done,
That's what
that it's slightly off.
that's what we hope.
just seems a little like sort of the country charm of it is the fact that it was irregular, that's all.
Well, this is sort of still irregular, isn't it?
Mm.
If it's sort of off center still, sort of
Yeah,
picking up
that's
on
off
the
center, but
funkiness of the
I don't know,
Yeah.
getting into comments.
Well, okay, one more question that probably should fall into comments because it's going to turn into a mess. But I'm wondering, so I understand you're trying to get ADA access.
Yes.
I am wondering if you've looked at possibly bringing in a ADA access from your far right entry point to the site. So taking something across, from where that little walkway is, and cutting across, behind the wall.
Yes.
Was that investigated, or is that?
Yeah. And grades are making it too difficult. We'd have to zigzag through that yard and compromise some of those existing trees, which we really don't want to do. So yes, we did look at that, and we shared that with the church and decided jointly that it was not something that we would propose as an accessible access.
So when someone drives and parks in the parking lot, you need to come out to the street, go down the sidewalk?
No.
Or- No.
So there's parking, I think in the diagram on the left, or that image on the left. You can see where people can park past the driveway. And so then they can walk from that parking space up a path, an accessible path that's to the left of this drawing, and takes you to basically a porch that then allows you access to the front of the church. But if you are parking, as Sandy was saying, on the other side of Rugby, and you walk towards the church in this way, this is an accessible way.
Where is the accessible entrance to the church, like to the actual building?
I think there are multiple ones.
End of the transept to the left on the picture, the arch.
So near where the parking is.
Okay.
That side.
Access point.
And then from the parking lot in the back, are there elevators that allow
From
access?
the parking lot in the back, there's no real true ADA accessibility because of the way that the land falls there. So
It's quite steep.
that's why we use those spaces in front of the church that we're there for. And we have 9.
So it's from, just so I'm clear, it's from the breezeway area, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
So you'd be coming in from the circle driveway anyways if you needed an accessible entrance.
Yes, but I think we can talk about mobility, somebody who needs a walker or a wheelchair versus somebody who has a cane and just needs, an easier route and not multiple stairs to have to climb.
So are those equally pitched then from
No,
this point to this point, or?
no. Maybe that's part of the funkiness you guys.
So
are
if this comes up, so you can't restore, you can't use the existing grade here and still meet that point, correct?
Correct.
Because you're above it at that point.
Exactly, yep. And the grade comes to a point there close to the existing location, and then it actually pitches up
Right.
slightly. Yeah.
Kind of sad, because I've been mystified by this tree and wall ever since I lived across the street in graduate school in 1979, waiting for this wall to fall.
Still hasn't.
And I hate to see it go on its own, well, but I understand it completely. It makes sense to me.
Okay, should we move on to comments from the public? All right, comments from the board?
I think this has come a long way since our first discussion. And I find it to be an elegant solution to sort of opening this up more to the street, accessibility, all of those sorts of issues, clear passage on the sidewalk. It is an intriguing thing to look at, but long-term sustainability, all the changes that are proposed here, I think make good logical sense.
Of course, it'll be one of the few places in the city where the sidewalk's actually wider than 2 feet.
Right.
I think it's a pretty, I want to say clever. I think it's a good solution to the handicap access thing. I just have a little bit of a problem with kind of the hardness of the geometry, given that it had sort of more of a country church aspect to it. I felt like when it was less hard line going around the outside of the curve, whether the one tucks in, the symmetry doesn't seem critical to me. But I think the grading makes a great deal of sense. But I just would like it to be softer, more egg-shaped or irregular. Because it doesn't hit this church straight on, and it just has this kind of nice, somewhat meandering quality to it, which was helped by the curved wall. But I think also having the wall do the dipsy doodle also does that. So it just feels a little stilted to me right now.
It's a little too rigid.
Yeah, that's my only concern. And it's too bad the tree has to go, but I get it.
Yeah, I get the tree. I mean, I love the tree, but I get that it at some point its days are numbered. I just wish that there was another solution to this wall, because it's just something that I mean, I haven't been in Charlottesville as long as Jody, but I've I guess 14 years now. I mean, I love that wall, and it's interesting, it's quirky, it's character defining, and it's it's something that I always enjoy walking by. And it seems really important to the character of this site that it speaks to a time when Rugby was a much different road. So I really struggle with that, and I wish there was another round of problem solving that you guys would go to the city and say, is there some way we can figure this out in the right of way? Because
Which element in
the curve in the wall.
Yeah, the city is not requiring the wall be straightened.
I know the city is not requiring it, but or maybe I don't know that. Go on. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's really it was sort of the removal of the tree was the key issue, and just the understanding that a wall segment would be modified. So, is it okay that they're doing it in the city right away? The design of that was a component of what the BAR decides. Now, I guess the three solutions are: one, no, put the curve back, and the result is the width is what it is. Second is do it straight. And the third would be some element of curvature that would still allow a width, but maybe offer that curved element that maybe we don't want to miss. I'm not saying I have a preference one way or the other. I will say a year and 5 months ago when I first met Sandy talking about this, and it's become an epic for us. We don't want the journey to end yet. I know it must. But I was ready to chain myself to that wall in the sense of restoring it. But I understand the point about the accessibility there. So I just offer those 3 ideas, and if there is some curvature that would satisfy.
Ideally, the sidewalk would just belly out and accommodate it.
Right, and that's the thing where there needs to be some problem solving with the city, and maybe it's not possible because you've got a bike lane there, and I don't think the city's going to take away any bike lanes that they've already installed. But although the bike lane does end probably 40 feet north of that little curve. Anyways, the city needs to have a usable sidewalk there. That's
30 feet down, there's a power pole that gives you the same 2-foot width.
Right.
I don't know if that's
Of course,
necessarily an
was it
argument.
Dice Street where they went and bumped it out to meet the power poles and went
That's
back in?
10th, and
10th
that
and-
is the worst thing that has ever happened.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, there's 10th Street.
So I guess my hope would be I would take a straight wall over
The one right there.
a compromised sidewalk. So I recognize the need for the straight wall. I hate to stall this some more, but I kind of want to stall you guys and say, go talk to traffic engineering, and is there a solution that
I
can be
just
worked
don't
out?
know that you can pinch it there at that part of the street. It's the bus stops, all the lanes.
There's no bus stop. There's 2 bike lanes and 2 travel lanes, and it is 30 feet, so it's minimized. But there's also the UVA side. There's a big tree lawn that has no trees in it, and it probably isn't possible, but I'm not sure if that's actually been investigated. It's just me also. If everyone else wants to approve this, I'm going to shut up and just let us go home early.
To modify the design and do something that's a remembrance of this, and watered down, I think would be the wrong. I'd rather just give a toast to it and say goodbye and let it become a memory and go ahead and do what we should do for the sidewalk.
Yeah,
And
make it actually perform its function the
Yeah.
way it should. We'll smash a bottle of champagne on the wall, Carl. I'm not making fun of your sense of
well,
nostalgia.
don't do it real hard because that ball's going to.
That might be what does it.
I just want to say something that I know, Jody, you'll love, and I forgot to mention it to you, but Sandy called me last week and he said, well, what about your Streets That Work plan? And I was like, well, Jody will be thrilled that someone has read that and referred to it. And but it was not only because you've held my feet to the fire on it, but it was eye-opening, and that's what kind of got me to look at this differently. If I could suggest, there's some elements to this that. There's the tree removal, there's the grading, there are the adjustments to the site that happen within the wall, and we know removing the wall. If there is some additional evaluation that we'd like explored with the sidewalk width and what the city can or cannot do, I would suggest that's possible to allow things a lot to begin, at least. But I'll say that I've asked about sidewalk replacement here. I think Sandy has talked to everybody that I haven't talked to, so we've covered the bases, and it's a function of it. There's a list of when sidewalks get revisited and looked at, and getting things on that list. So the church, right or wrong, is eager to move forward with their plan. Certainly, wish there were things we could get done through the city, but that's what's kind of pushed this forward, is the congregation saying, we want to be proactive, there's things we want to do. We can't wait for the city to make a decision on this that may be several years down the road, if that's helpful.
One thing I think is funny about the new design is, my guess is the reason that the wall sweeps up at where it's broken is because of the elevated grade. So it makes sense for it to be higher there, and then that reasoning goes away if the grade is reduced. I don't think it should be straight across, but I think it's odd. And then likewise, I think it's odd to not have some sort of a tree in that planting bed, because if there weren't something big there, why wouldn't the original plan have just been a hole in the middle and straight up through? And I mean, for it to just horseshoe around a bed of ground cover seems, I don't know, kind of odd.
So if I can speak to the first, it may have been grade, but I think it also had to do with privileging those openings. It's sort of like instead of having piers, the pilasters and the sort of lift of the wall was meant to say, you know, this is where you enter. And that happens both, you know, on the northern one and on the southern one. So I think there's a precedent for keeping that in place, and I would not recommend doing a straight wall, but keeping the curvature for that very reason.
Well, I think it helps disguise the elevation change, you know, as you move from the north to the south along the street. You know,
Yes.
from this view on the right, it helps to.
But it really is an inflection at the entrance. I mean, it's really
Right.
drawing attention to it. So I like that. I think it's nice.
Yeah, and I think the rendering unfortunately doesn't articulate those pilasters, and it would help tremendously to frame that entrance on both sides. So I think they're very important.
I mean, I guess the other thing you could do if you're rebuilding the wall, and this may sound completely insane, but you could actually reverse the curve. So actually create a space on the sidewalk, kind of invert it, and it's just strictly a
Yeah.
thought.
That kind of feels to me like what Jody was saying with the kind of not wanting to do a half curve or like a sort of curve. I kind of feel like if we're gonna get rid of it, let's
Well, that's a
not
lot
make
more
a fake
dramatic.
Right.
new one.
I mean,
It's sort of
That's just me.
It's just a mannerism. But anyway, not you, but what I was suggesting. It's kind of just a mannerist kind of inversion, but yeah. My thing is just more, it just seems too regular to me right now.
I will say I think the move of the accessible part from the driveway, moving it out here to the street was a very good one.
Does it seem, so why do you guys not have anything, you know, larger or taller drawn? Like, I appreciate that the trees were planted in advance and that fills in some of the space, and it's probably better because it won't get tangled in the power lines and get misshapen, but
right.
does it seem odd to not have some sort of focal thing in this, you know, very purposeful bed that's...
So I think that what we were concerned about putting a tree back there was that ultimately it will get pruned, as you mentioned. The middle of it will be cut out as it grows, you know, too tall, even if we were to do a small, you know, dogwood or something like that. So I think, and the preference on the congregation's part was to keep that view open. It sort of allows a little bit more of a visual accessibility to the church rather than having a tree there that, you know, might start to occlude the view of.
That would otherwise be sort of off axis anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree that the focal point is the very lovely facade of the church and not what is going in this section between the two openings.
I found it interesting that Tim characterized it as a country church, and because this is a sort of reduced scale Abingdon Episcopal Church, the Anglican Church in Gloucester County, 1755, which is a fantastic Georgian classical building that highlights symmetry and axis and having views in the front. And so I'm fine with it being open like this in the front. I think it picks up the character of the church, but I can see where it could almost feel like a country church.
Well, it's mostly because of the wall.
Oh.
And just sort of its way of, it has sort of a casual
Yeah.
Isn't
kind
it,
of
isn't
manner
it a
to
copy
It's not
Of a
rigid
country
or-
church? Like, I thought that was actually an exact copy of a existing country church, I thought, or am I mixing up?
Abingdon.
And Gloucester.
Oh, no, okay. Which you're saying is a much grander building?
Yes, I did the
Okay,
restoration
then I-
of it. It's a fantastic church. It is.
Okay.
No, I like opening up the view to it and letting that be the focal point. I think that's a positive move there. And why put a tree back there so that 100 years from now, the damn thing can push push out the straight wall that that you're proposing to put in now? It just doesn't seem logical to me.
One thing which, in listening to you all speak about this, and you can sort of see it as a line there on the sidewalk, is that we could talk to the city about somehow marking the pavement there. I mean, it could just be a scoring of that, or it could be some marking of that wall, tracing the wall, on the ground. So as you walked by there, you kind of have a memory of what was there. It might just be a very simple way of addressing it, not a material change, but just like a simple scoring. So
If
just
you
as a
did do that,
suggestion.
I think it would want to be a little more than just scoring, because it would inevitably disappear very quickly. When they patch it or do whatever, it'll end up being pink-colored asphalt at some point, because that's what they like to do around the city. It's a nice idea.
I think in a more urban setting, that might really work well. It may just get lost here. Interesting idea, though.
I like it.
I do too.
If we have to give up the curve, I like it, but I don't think a score line will survive Public Works.
So I'm ready to make a motion. If we're finished with questions or comments. Having considered the standards set forth within the city code, including city design guidelines for site design and elements, I move to find the proposed tree removal, brick wall modifications, and site modifications satisfy the BAR's criteria, and are compatible with this property and other properties in the Rugby Road, University Circle, Venable Neighborhood, ADC District, and that the BAR approves the application as submitted, provided that the pilasters that replicate the existing pilasters be installed flanking the two entrances.
Can I make some
Yes.
suggestions?
Certain.
One, that we are not approving the option that had the bluestone ends to the walls, because they had two options in there.
I didn't
pick up on that.
And
either.
the other was, do we want to add that they should memorialize the curve of the wall and the sidewalk? Is that worth it?
Why not?
I'm not gonna fall on my sword to
Right.
Yeah.
keep it from there, but. you can
Well, it
probably-
was the applicant's idea, so it's not like it just came up
Yeah.
now.
I mean,
We can just
I
make a friendly request.
think what would be nice if it were, they took some of the bricks and just laid them in the sidewalk in that shape. That would last a little longer than a score line. But,
We can encourage them to explore it and give me some time to work my magic with the people who approve such things in the city. But I think it's an excellent idea.
Yeah, I think actually using brick, that's a good idea, and that might work. But I think it's got to be a suggestion rather than a stipulation.
Right, right.
And I'm sorry, Carl, you said in lieu of this, the alternative that the end is brick.
Not bluestone.
that we're not, so one, that, as Jody said, the pilasters need to be recreated, and two, we are not accepting the alternate with the bluestone caps at the ends of where they cut the wall.
And I'm fine with those. Did anyone second?
Not yet.
I will, second.
Okay. Any discussion of the motion? No? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
And all opposed? Okay,
I think the scale of it makes it.
Wow, Sandy,
I'm sorry.
what are we
Scale
gonna,
of
we're not
it.
gonna talk to each other anymore.
Yeah.
you still can.
I mean, it's a really
Okay.
lovely building.
Next up, we have a certificate of appropriateness application for 201 East High Street.
That's a charge.
It does. It does. And it's just so simple.
I love that wall. Knowing
It's
precedent where it comes
Yeah, what,
from.
does she know you abstained?
1755.
I guess, I don't know.
We'll see where your name ends up in the minutes.
Yeah.
That was the
It'll be
public meeting
entertaining
comment.
for next month.
Well, that was an exercise in dogged determination on the part of the church. That was, all right, so we're, a minute. Is it this one or, oh, fell out of order here, my apologies.
This is it.
201 East
All
High.
right, yeah. So they're practicing the other one. This is a certificate of appropriateness request. This is the North Downtown ADC, 201 East High Street. This house was constructed around 1840. It's the minor Nelson House. It is a contributing structure within the district. It's a two-story neoclassical style house that reflects Georgian form and is one of 3 houses in the district with exterior chimneys. Now, I found that kind of odd because all chimneys are on the exterior, but they're located on the ends of the house and not in the middle, as typical in Virginia. In 1971, there was a covered porch. Can't say original, but it was there in the mid-1900s. That porch was removed on the front elevation. And the currently existing brick and stone curved stairs were added. The entrance surround on the front door was modified, and the front gable detailing up above was removed. The request here is to remove the existing non-historic front porch, replace it with a historically accurate covered porch and facade with detailing which will replicate features known to have existed in the mid-1900s. The existing door surround and side veranda will be used as a guide for replicating the details, particularly the porch and tablature. The existing lights near the entrance, on either side of the entrance door, will remain. The restoration of the scroll work detailing, which is at the center gable, will be reproduced using the photographs. There are shutters currently on the house on this facade, and those are going to be removed because they do not appear in the historic photos, so they're being removed for the sake of historical accuracy. On the ground, there's the curved double walk, which was added in the 1970s. That's to be removed, and an installation of a new single brick walk to the entrance porch. Very limited amount of landscaping. It's not heavily detailed, but the hope is some of the plants that are to be removed will be reused or new to match what's there. Noting that as far as replicating I again hesitate to say original, but to replicating the historic front porch, the only detail that's altered here is that historic section had a Philadelphia gutter, and this is going with a more contemporary gutter. Staff's opinion is that that isn't really, that revision does not negatively impact the integrity of the project. In fact, the gutters will be suspended. The eave detail will be the same as what was there, so the gutters won't interfere with that. Again, you all might have some questions about the plantings. Have not discussed the color palette with the applicant, but generally, downtown, those are things that I can review administratively, so I didn't get too concerned about that. If something's going to be changed, they'll let me know. That said, staff does want to commend the owners, the architect, and the builder. They've been extremely diligent in researching and developing what we think is a true and very respectful reconstruction plan. We find the proposed reconstruction, restoration of the covered porch, and recreating the gable detail are appropriate, and we recommend full approval. Any questions?
And the applicant's here.
Roger Bryant with the Gaines Group, standing in for Paul Tassel. He wasn't able to be here. What I do have for you tonight is also an original photograph of the porch that they're proposing to reproduce and put back on the existing house. And the other information that we have, I think, is from Midway. where he did extensive research on this house. So that is really a lot of the information that we have, and the only information that we have, besides going and using the existing details that are present at the house now.
Period air conditioners.
Yeah. All right. While everybody's looking at the photo, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
No, I think
Okay.
that's it.
We'll start with questions from the public. Any questions from the board?
Do you intend to alter the side porch to match what was used to be there, or are you gonna leave it as it is?
We were thinking of leaving it as is, but if you
Okay.
recommend us doing something to it, I prefer, you know, to leave
Just
it as
curious,
is.
but the plan is to leave it as is.
Yeah, we were planning on leaving it as is, but we were gonna take the details and information from there for the new porch.
Other question is minor. So you're recreating the cornice, but it looks like you're using the K-style gutter as part of that to kind of replicate some of the trim. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that's,
Okay.
from the photograph, what we could tell, we're gonna reproduce that way.
Okay. I'm not sure if this is a preference either way, but I'm just curious if there was any thought to actually completely recreating the cornice and then putting a half round or something as a gutter. Just a thought if that was considered.
Okay.
And that may not be, I mean, the rest of the board may think that's stupid, but just curious.
We can consider that.
What were you saying? No, don't do the crown, just put it,
But actually build the crown as trim and put a half round outside of that. So
Got it.
right now what they're doing is the K-style is
Oh.
faking the crown.
oh, right. Yeah, you're right.
Just
Didn't
a
catch that, yes.
thought. That's my questions.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll move on to comments. I'd like to start by saying this is one of the best applications I've seen. It's very thorough, got lots of great historical information, so thank you.
Thank you.
Or thank your colleagues.
I agree. I absolutely agree. And I don't know if you know this or not, but there's a photo of this project on the page in the Charlottesville Design Guidelines that references porches, even though the porch has been ripped off. And so the fact that it's being replaced is like some poetic justice. So thank you.
Oh, wow.
This reminds me of Jerry Starcio's house down the street, where they had that same kind of overwrought stairway.
I love that.
And I think the little porch there is quite nice. Yeah, no, I think this is terrific. I would side with Carl on doing the half-round gutter and building the full cornice, but, because those K gutters don't really warm my heart much.
No.
Plus, they're a real pain to keep clean, to put it mildly.
I think it's a great application, looks good. Curious, did you find the Temple of the Winds columns somewhere, or is that something you have to have specially made?
Actually, FIPON will do the Temple of the Winds.
Oh, they're doing something
And the
that
builder
matches?
that they have has actually done some historical preservation, so he has a contact to have those recreated.
Oh, nice.
Great. Okay.
I spent way too much time walking around in this building today, because this, I don't think we'll ever know historically how this building evolved. There is so much going on here. Temple of the Winds is not a Carpenter Gothic typical, same period. They're two different periods. I tend to think that actually some of the capitals and the columns from the front porch that used to be there were then transferred over to that side piece, because you'll notice that it's a 2-bay side in the historic photos and is now a 3-bay side. So, and the proportions of the columns don't seem to match to the front. So I tend to think that they may have ended up over there. So by matching them now, we're matching, in my mind, I think, my conjecture is that they used to be on this front porch. But I also think the front porch before this was just a single bay porch over the door that had a balustrade flat roof, and that was a door on the second floor that went out to it. If you look at the seams and the brickwork, in fact, the other doors on the first floor, they also went down to the floor of the porch.
Oh, yeah.
There's just a lot going on here that's really interesting. I also noticed that even though the wing to the left is later, the jamb profiles all match the original block of the house and the wing, as if they maybe at that time they took away the windows that went all the way down and then changed all the window framing and jambs. Interesting place. So I would hesitate if I were the owner and to say, and the architect to say, we know exactly what it looked like in the past. I don't think we do. But what you're suggesting seems fine to me. There's precedent for it. We have historic photographs to back it up, and I'm fine with it. I just thank you for bringing this kind of challenge to us. This was fun.
Gentlemen, anyone, any other comments? Carl?
All right, let's go for it. Is everyone okay with the gutter idea?
Yep.
Okay. So having considered the standards set forth in the city code, including city design guidelines for rehabilitations, I move to find the proposed reconstruction, restoration of the covered porch and gable detail satisfy the BAR's criteria and are compatible with this property and other properties in the North Downtown ADC district. That the BAR approves the application as submitted with the following modification: that the front porch roof cornice actually be built to match what was supposedly existing, and to add a half-round gutter on top of that.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Okay. I just remembered though, I don't think the front door that's on there now, that entablature does not match what's on the side. So we should be matching the whatever, south addition.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you should be matching that entablature.
That's what we're taking.
Yeah, that one, not the front door. The front door is not actually correct, even though I think in the literature they say it is. It's not the same.
Carrie, I had my microphone up. Did you catch that? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And do we vote?
We did
Okay.
the ayes, you didn't do the noes.
Okay. Any no's? No. All right, you're all set.
No one did.
No, wait a second.
Oh, second? Oh.
Tim?
Tim second. You seconded, right?
I seconded it, yes.
I drifted off like that.
What?
You better go while
Jody
you
put you
can.
to
Be
sleep.
quick. Everything's falling apart. Okay. Next up.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
We've got a certificate of appropriateness application for 421 West Main Street.
Jody, it was a good point too about the original and historic. I know in grad school there was always, some of these younger students go, well, that's clearly original. And said, you can't say that. You cannot, prove to me it's original. It's old, it's historic, but you can't say original. Let's see what we've got. This is a certificate of appropriateness application for 421 West Main Street, which is in the think this segment is in the downtown ADC district. This is the Quirk Hotel project. That project covers several parcels. However, the extent of this request is limited to the parcel that had been 421 West Main Street. In 2017, you all approved the demolition of there was a post-1920 concrete block building on the site. And prior to that, back in the 1920s, the Sanborn map shows there's some old frame buildings here. But this is the landscape, hardscape plan for that piece on the eastern side of the project. You all reviewed it in April of 2018. The request is to make some slight revisions to that plan. And I know all of you have your staff report right in front of you right now. I just wanted to point out, going back through it and looking at the drawings, there's a bulleted list, but I want to be clear about what's new and what's not. The first bullet is that low hedge to match the hedge in the front. That is on the prior plan, no change there. Bluestone pavers to match the Quirk entry pavers, no change there. The third item, 4 honey locust trees, that is a change. There's currently, the prior plan had 6, the change is to 4. The next bulleted item is a change. There's a 6-foot tall bronze painted aluminum picket fence with a center gate, and that would be on the southern end just behind the honey locust. The crushed granite field with pathway lighting is in the prior plan. 34-inch by 34, the bluestone terrace with perimeter and low lighting, that is a change in the stone size, my understanding. A note about a door existing from the lobby onto the bluestone terrace, no change. Flat lawn area abutting a sloped lawn area, that's in the prior plan, no change. Then there's a 3-foot wide crushed granite pathway which follows the left edge of the lawn area. That is a change. Door to the existing hotel gallery is in the prior plan. 6-foot tall hedge with a gate at the building edge is in the prior plan. The 2 ginkgo trees in the rear, that's abutting Commerce Street, that's in the prior plan. Then there's the concrete retaining wall, 1 foot above grade with a 6-foot tall solid wood fence on top of it. That is a change. If you see there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items on that list, which are actual revisions to what was reviewed in 2018. Staff finds that generally these revisions are appropriate. We do recommend approval. With some condition about the exterior lighting fixtures. I know there were some questions about what are the low-level lights. We certainly want to address the lamping questions. There's also the fence on the east side that's above the concrete wall. You all had some questions about that, so maybe there's some details that you'd like to see. That's what I have. Any questions?
And the applicants are here. If you would like, you can add to his report, you can just say hi, or you can skip it.
Yeah, I'll just come say hi. No, as he pointed out pretty clearly, I think we've just made a few revisions to it. I think I guess we kind of came in front of you. We're trying to push this through to get a site plan review, sort of to get this parcel, as you'll remember, wasn't part of the original submission. We sort of purchased it. We're trying to kind of catch this back up. So as part of the site plan review process, obviously coming to you guys, where there are decisions that you guys might have questions about, we're sort of just here to answer them, and we would like to sort of get your opinions on things that may not be clear here, or see how we can push this through and get approval.
Clarify the lighting.
Oh, and clarify the lighting. The lighting question, basically we're going to basically use the same light fixtures that were approved in the courtyard on the adjacent parcel. So presumably, we will stipulate that those will match the color, temperature, and everything else that have been previously approved. We'll use the exact same fixtures, in fact. So.
Okay. All right, let's start with questions from the public. Okay, questions from the board? Go ahead. Whoever's got them.
Okay, well, I'm gonna start with a big one. So my understanding from the last approval that we have of this portion of the project, because I know you have a full COA for everything west of here, was that we approved the concept. So there's still details, I think, that never actually got, I'm not sure you guys ever got a full COA yet to amend?
Right.
Oh,
yes,
okay,
I think that's
all right. Okay, just so I'm clear on that. So I'm not sure did you ever present the gate to us? Because I'd love to know what that is.
No,
Because I know we had some
and this
commentary
is,
last time.
again, sort of what I was saying before, is we're kind of coming before you with what we have, what we would like to be. I guess, in part, what we're probably asking is that we might be able to get this approved kind of through with conditions, and those might be the gate, the fence.
Okay.
Any edging, like, I think we're kind of coming to you to ask what you would like to see there, and we're fairly, but I think in sort of maybe speeding up the process that you might normally see, we'd like to, again, get this so we can get the grading going, get our site plan approved.
Okay.
Sounds like this is a second tier
Yeah.
of concept
Yes,
approval then.
that's correct. So amending the concept so we can continue to move forward in order to develop all the details to get to the next step.
And I guess.
I'm excited. I can't wait.
And I guess to the extent that, I guess what it takes to get a site plan approved, I guess, is there a way to get what we need from you guys sort of on the macro level, that then with conditions of, we'll come back to you about the fence and gates and any other questions you have from here to then. So that would be our request.
And there's not that many elements here, so I don't imagine there's.
That was kind of why I
Right.
thought this might be appropriate.
I just want to make sure I hadn't forgotten
Yeah.
that there was some.
Yes, you're correct.
Okay, thank you.
I had some questions just about the retaining wall and fence that are on the east property line. And I know you guys included some of the existing photos, but it's not clear exactly where the property line is. What will be on the opposite side of that fence? Is it the drive lane?
So yeah, on the right side of the plan
Correct.
here, there is a parking lot for CenturyLink.
Okay.
And so that, they have a wall.
Yeah.
And then their parking lot, and so we will be building our
Right
wall.
next to their
To retain
wall.
theirs, but ours goes, I guess it goes a little bit up above it in
Okay.
some spots.
So when you say, and it looks like that wall steps down as it moves towards the back
No,
of the
that wall will remain, it will start and it will go straight
Well,
back.
yours will,
Yeah, ours
but
will.
theirs drops
steps,
down.
Correct.
So when you say it's 1 foot and then 6 foot,
That's above the grade on our
that's on your side?
Yes.
Okay. Do we know what that max grade will be on the outside?
I don't believe, I'm trying to think of what it was, so where it would happen is where that
Right.
line that says flat grass lawn, and
Right, the northeast.
I don't know that I have an exact dimension for you. I could get that. It's probably 3 feet, 4 feet. It's not massive. Like there are a lot slopes, but not
Mhm.
heavily. And ours will slope slightly a little bit, but not just enough to get water off.
Right, okay.
But it won't be very tall. But again, our purpose is just to retain the earth so we can keep a flat lawn there. And so that we can have an accessible way from the hotel out.
Does that fence, what is the extent of that? Is that all the way to the front of the property? Is it start halfway down?
I think the idea is that the fence would start at the front of the property and go all the way back. I suppose if it were desired, it could be probably pulled back to the gate.
Okay.
And it will run, it doesn't go all the way to the back of the property because there's an adjacent building at the back, or the brick, there's like a brick retaining wall, there's a building at the back of
Right.
CenturyLink, and so we kind of hit that, and that's basically almost where the sloped lawn ends, kind of where that flat line is.
So is your concrete wall going to cover up that
No,
brick?
we'll go up to that and stop. So we'll leave the
Okay.
existing brick where the flat lawn, where the lower flat lawn is there, we'd leave that. I think there's an elevation shown in the package. It might-
Oh, yeah, okay. Okay. I was confused. I was really confused.
I mean, the
No,
wood
so-
wall is the green wall,
Correct. We're
concrete wall
replacing
is
the
just
hedge with
a foot till you get to the back of the,
Yeah, I didn't open the page up all the way, and I was thinking the concrete went all the way to Commerce Street.
Right, right. Yeah, the
okay.
concrete stops where the brick starts.
I'm sorry.
We're pouring as little concrete as we can.
I'm losing it.
Okay. Any other questions?
Just out of curiosity, you're removing some, I guess, paving stones that would have made a walkway.
We did
Is there a
that,
reason?
yeah, originally, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
That's all right.
Originally, we had lawn in that front panel, and we
Mhm.
were doing stepping stones through the lawn. I think the lawn, we realized, was not going to last long, probably based on use. People would just crush it, so we kind of just took the crushed stone all the way to the front. Thought it would feel more park-like in that way, and also be easier to maintain. And then we didn't need stones in the crushed lawn.
Okay. Other questions? All right. Comments from the public? And comments from the board?
Well, see more details when they're ready for them, but conceptually, it seems fine.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see a cross-section through the whole thing, looking towards that wall that's shared with Century, or this side of Century.
Don't read that, I think that's in the package.
Well, with
It's
this,
just it's the
Yeah.
section there on the bottom left, just instead of green, imagine a wood fence.
yeah. I'm looking for a little bit more articulation of this elevation. This seems rather schematic. You're talking about the elevation, the section through it and the elevation on the bottom left?
Yes.
Okay. That's not going to be further developed in your final design, and
I mean, the further development of that would just be the design of that wood fence. But really, there isn't, that's the grading effectively, that will happen more or less as shown. And again, the green will be replaced with a fence that we will come back and show to you as a design, but there isn't much more to develop. I think we're trying to keep this fairly open space.
okay. You all okay? You're the landscapes architect.
I think we do need to see that fence
Yeah.
material in detail and the gate as well.
Gate,
I continue to think that the project is really elegant. It's proving itself out as it's come up out of the ground, and I think this is a very reasonable approach to this site. My only particular comment at this time is I think that our guidelines are fairly clear about the height of some of the fences. Especially for that fin that comes out beyond the gate to the street. I think that probably the fence either ought to terminate at that point and transition to a hedge that might be the same height as the low hedge at the front, or have a lower gate, a lower fence that is down to 4 feet, which is what our guidelines recommend. The other thing is that the side gate with the 1 foot plus the 6 foot is above what our recommendations are for fences. And my concern is that on the back, it is, at least it appears according to the photos, going to be quite a barrier. If it is going to have some relationship to that bronze fence, perhaps it ought to also meet that 6 foot height and stay within our guidelines.
So you're saying slope down with the grade?
No.
So
He's just
it doesn't,
saying-
it is,
Are you saying if we have a 1 foot wall, we should have a 5 foot fence on top?
Correct.
Yeah,
okay.
that makes sense. I think that's probably what we meant to say. 6 foot was probably total. It's a good catch.
That's concrete.
Is the desire to have the fence and not the hedge, you're just getting a little more square footage?
I think it's really
I think the existing.
about maintenance
Mhm.
and cost, and, because I suppose if we're making a fence and we're trying to keep people out, a hedge doesn't always do its job, so then you need a fence and a hedge. And again, I think we're also finding, in the world of the hotel and, getting people to maintain landscape is difficult with the operators, so we're trying to make their job a little bit easier.
Okay.
Making something that is, attractive and easy to maintain.
Well, there's also a full third of it that's up out of the ground, so there's really no soil there for the
Right,
hedge. so-
yeah, and that's the other thing. Yeah, I mean, the space obviously great, but I don't think that was the driving factor. It was more
Right,
maintenance.
so we have one.
I guess it just,
Going that way, that way inside. but we don't
well,
have a-
hopefully it's a really fantastic
Okay, wall
wooden fence.
Essentially.
Because, I mean, the mental image I have in my head is not what you probably want it to be.
And I think this is another item that was mentioned was furnishings. We won't have permanent furnishings here, so we won't need to come back to you for that. But I can imagine that we will pot plants and want to put, greenery in the space. I don't know if those need to come back to you directly or if those can sort of be placed, but I think the idea is this is going to be a magical, beautiful place that they can, have lots of events and do things there. So yes, it will not be unattractive in any way, because it can't be.
When you're talking about maintenance, it makes me wonder about the big crushed granite fields and the crushed granite walkways. I think that's something just around town, landscape architects love crushed granite walkways, and inevitably it seems like it becomes a maintenance problem, and I entertain myself by watching them then get changed to, bluestone or pavers or something else besides crushed granite, because it doesn't end up being something that's easy to maintain.
Yeah, and to some extent, I'm sure that would be, we would love to make that all a bluestone field. I think that's probably a budgetary concern that, again, they may do in the future as they, are able to. I can imagine, but, I think right now we were sort of just imagining that one parcel where the door comes out to be the main bluestone area, because that's where people will sort of traffic mostly. And the pathway against the building is kind of a dual purpose. It's the path, but that's not really going to be a well-traveled path. It has more to do with keeping the grass off of the building. So again, to keep the building clean, so we're not splashing dirt up on the building. So it's a walkway, but it's mostly going to be just for that use. I don't really think there's a lot of reason to traverse between those two doors.
Well, it would be, I mean, I know you have the walkway on the other side, but if the gates were left open, it would certainly be a more attractive place to walk, but I imagine the gates may not be.
Yeah, I suspect that they'll be open a lot. It's again, not a public park, but I'm sure it will be inviting the neighborhoods behind, and all of these things. I think as we've talked about before, a hotel is sort of a semi-public space, and this will be no different.
I'm not sure if I mentioned this a year ago, whenever you last came to us. The gate at the front, I mean, as transparent as that can be, I recognize you probably want to have some privacy if you want to have an event back there, but at the same time, if there's some way that when the gate's open, maybe it's a double gate and not a single door, just so that when you're walking down West Main Street, you can see this really nice open space that you've created.
I think that's been the general thinking to date, is that it's some sort of, not a heavy visual barrier. And yeah, you're right, maybe there could be some way of sort of open gate, closed gate if they desire the privacy for that. But I think we were thinking it's pretty open.
Okay.
Would there be any consideration for planting trees along the slope portion of the yard or the grass, just to get some more?
I don't think we'd thought of doing, I think the idea is to leave it open there. Part of it was that sloped lawn might be a great place to, set up a band down at the bottom, have that be sort of a hillside to sit and watch something like that. I think the openness, I mean, there's an idea that in 10 years this could be quite different based on how it sort of comes to be used. This seems like a good, nice, flexible way to start. But I could see the bottom half, if that becomes a good event, sort of events, the lawn might need to be made into more hardscape so that it doesn't get muddy. But, and again, trees, if there's a desire for more shade, trees are obviously the best way to do that. So I can imagine that happening. I think right now the idea is, since we don't totally know how they'll use it, we kind of want to leave it open and flexible.
Okay.
So, I mean, not to, well, I am pretty thick, but we're down here trying to figure out, looking at Google Earth, what's existing, what they're doing, I'd like to be able to do that on the drawings. So, I'd like to see a an existing demolition drawing and then what's being proposed, things called out on that drawing, what's proposed, what's existing, and then a cross-section that does the same thing.
I mean, on our site, literally, it's a dirt graded thing from top to bottom. There isn't anything existing to show on a plan. Right now, it's sort of a lay-down yard for construction. So
Well, I think we're trying to figure out how it interacts with the brick wall, with the existing concrete wall that you guys butt up against.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, so you just like to see, I guess we have some pictures of that, but you would like, I guess we did not do a survey of that wall, so I don't have drafted points of the elevations of the CenturyLink wall and the brick wall. We've sort of estimated them in our drawings as best we knew. But again, we're covering up the CenturyLink wall, but we could put a dashed line behind there to guess at it. I suppose, is that what you're
covering it up?
looking for? Where we're pouring a concrete wall, we're pouring up against so they have a parking lot right now that's a retaining wall to our lot, so it's higher than the current grade, just because, and so we're gonna raise our grade up to be level.
So
And so
that-
we have to pour a little retaining wall, because we can't rely on their retaining wall just because it's theirs and not ours. So that's why we're pouring a retaining wall.
Okay, I hear you describing it. I'd like to see it.
Okay. I'm only asking because I'm
Okay.
trying to figure out exactly what it is that you'd like us to show.
It's just a little hard to get the context on that side of the wall, that's all.
Sure.
And, maybe even just a 3D sketch would resolve it, just showing, an aerial or whatever, but just something that just gives us a little bit of an idea about how that relationship is to the CenturyLink building.
Yeah, I think conceptually it all sounds good.
Okay.
It's just, we're just having a hard time figuring out what's happening with the brick wall, what happened, we couldn't tell on there that was concrete, where you're saying you're covering up the brick. For
We're
example.
not, so we're not covering up any of the brick building, we're only covering up their retaining wall.
Their retaining wall, their
Yeah,
concrete
so
wall.
there's like a brick wall at the back.
With the green
Yeah.
fence, all that they have?
Do they have a green fence on top? You might be right.
Looks like
They
it.
do in the
Yeah,
images.
Yeah, I think that's right. But yes, we can provide more information.
This is the brick wall he's talking about.
I can come around and point. That helps. Happy to try and make things clearer.
There. That's the image we're looking at.
Right, so what we're doing is
Could you show it? Yeah.
so we're coming across it, and we're taking this grade and trying to come flat.
Sorry, that's great. There, let me help you
All
out
right,
there.
that's why we need a drawing.
Right, so we're taking the grade up at Main Street and coming flat out straight here. So we have to pour a retaining wall to catch that. We will then grade down and catch sort of flat down here, so we won't really be covering any of this, we're just covering up the green. We'll basically
Transition
cover
there.
up most of the green fence and we'll build a fence. So basically from our site, we won't need to see the green fence, hopefully they will remove the green fence once our nice fence is up. And then we're just pouring a wall that kind of catches our dirt going that way so that we don't have to rely on their wall.
Okay.
And is your site coming back as far as this brick structure?
Yeah, the site, so if you look
Okay,
at
what is
the
that
he-
brick structure?
The hedge is right here. It's theirs and I'm not sure what it is.
It's a bunker.
It's a bunker.
It's not a retaining wall,
It's a building.
it's a building of some kind.
Garage or something.
Yeah, garage.
Commerce.
But yeah, we'll have our hedge aligned with the face of this building. And then we have street trees that, the previously approved ginkgo trees along Quirk, and then we'll have a couple here.
Okay,
Yeah, I think conceptually it all sounds
Yeah.
good.
can't wait for it.
Here you go.
So-
That's where the wall runs.
Yeah.
And then
My,
the green
my
wall
only
is-
comment is it looks like
That's
about
a parking garage next door.
Ah, okay, thank you.
8 trees came out, so if you're not really using it anything except for space, it would be great to see.
Well, 8 trees didn't come out of this site. This site was a parking lot and a futon store.
So it was of the next door.
Right.
All the same, it'd be great to see a bunch of trees are gone. It'd be great to see.
But we're on the total, I mean, yeah, I agree. I'm
like,
always for more
here,
trees.
Like, see this picture?
Hmm?
And if you look at Google Maps now, it's a ball.
No, that's right, but we're gonna plant 7 in the back, we'll plant these 4 in the front, and then we have actually 3 or 4 more in the courtyard. I mean, we agree. I would like to plant more trees, and we'd like to see more trees planted. So we will take that back to the owner.
Thank you.
And just curious, what, toward the back of that, the lower cross-section, what's the door?
So down there, there's a door to the, you mean on the hotel building?
I'm looking at the CenturyLink
The
side.
the upper side. On the bottom section, there is no door. That's just a solid wall, right? Facing our site.
It shows a door there.
Oops.
Looking at this. No, that's, the green thing is a hedge. That's the sort of low hedge that we're planting.
I think all this speaks to maybe why we need better, like more
Sure.
informative drawings in the packet.
Sure.
Okay, and so we don't really have anything to vote on per se. I feels like this maybe should be treated more like a preliminary discussion.
Again, Jennifer Mullen, I don't think I introduced myself last time, so I will this time. So from our site plan perspective, without a COA for the property as it is, with conditions to come back for the fence details, the aerial and the cross-section with the more detailed component, then our site plan doesn't move forward, which means it can't catch up with the hotel side that's been approved. So we can work through those items and bring them back and come back and see you all next month with maybe particularly the cross-section details. The fencing detail is obviously still being worked through, which would be, I've come before you before we were able to get our final certificate.
What essentially the planner would ask is, in 2-dimension, the drawing that's behind you, what in 2-dimension, because that's what a site plan reflects. Whether it's a, metal fence with square pickets or round pickets, or whether it's a wood fence with a, 1x4 or 1x6 isn't an element necessarily in, we've included it, but for the purposes of the site plan, it would really be from this plan view, the sizes, the scale, the location of things in 2-dimension, are they acceptable? And then
So
that's what I would.
As a COA, are we just saying provisionally we don't have any concerns?
Right.
I mean,
that's possible.
Provisionally, it seems, we could say provisionally it seems fine, but how do we give a COA without a full?
Yeah, and I agree.
I don't think we can.
Yeah.
Is Sebastian looking at us funny?
Sebastian's looking, but I can't see any reaction.
So it's the motion calls it a landscaping plan.
Right, the motion, and what we're doing is not referring to things as revisions anymore. This is a plan, so the COA would be for this plan. Now, if the stipulation is that your COA for this plan relative to the 2-dimensional view, with the provision that certain elevation details will be provided, that would probably allow us to work with the planner to say, that this plan, in its definition of plan, is acceptable. What the fence looks like would be something that could come back later, but it wouldn't hold up a site plan.
So, are you saying though that the site plan approval is contingent on a COA? The site plan review is contingent on a COA, is what you're saying?
That's my understanding, yes. And it's, but think of it in sort of an absurd way, be saying, what the side of this building looks like, if let's say we were talking about the windows on the side and, they were gonna take half of them off of there, the site plan review wouldn't care. What they'd say is, in 2-dimension, is that building fitting in the footprint?
So they're looking for a very in that case, the site plan approval, not you guys, but that suggests that they're looking for a provisional COA, like we're just saying, this portion of it makes sense to us, but we can't actually issue a COA. not by definition, what I understand to be the definition of a COA. But we've done it like with massing and stuff, where we basically say, this makes sense, let's keep moving. I mean, so we basically try to dovetail our responses to process as opposed to whatever you want to call it. But then I also thought that we were getting pushback from Lisa Robertson about that.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
yeah, all I can say is when, I've even been solving some design issues on site plan, but the,
It was just sort of a chicken and egg issue.
it is somewhat, and unfortunately, it's one I'm not, my experience with chickens is a little weak on this one. But what I do understand from the planners is that what they want to know is that in 2D, is this what we're getting? Whether it's painted blue or purple, or whether, they use crushed bluestone or crushed gray stone, is stone going there? Is this, is there a walkway where there's going to be a walkway? Are there trees where there are going to be trees? Is this lawn going to be lawn? Is it sloped where they say it's going to be? And that's the site plan,
Right, I understand that they have a small segment of it, but I mean,
But I
it's
think
just
what we're asking.
in terms of a COA, I mean, we can say, within the context of the site plan, this all seems fine to us, we recommend that you proceed with it, or something along those lines, but I don't see how we can actually say it's a COA, because it's not how we do it.
If we had a remodel come to us that really didn't know the doors, they didn't know the shutters or the paint color or anything else, we would say, okay, let's defer your application until we have full information.
And certainly understand that, I guess, from a site without buildings on it, the fundamental square around this site is similar, and very consistent with what was approved in the previous, and maybe that was not a COA, maybe that was my mistake for calling it that. So the component that we understand we need for our approval
To move
process to
forward.
move forward is a certificate of appropriateness. If it's something less than that, we will come back with the fence details, and we will come back with
Right,
those
I
pieces.
mean, we're not impugning or suggesting that you guys aren't going to do the right thing.
No,
or
I
anything
understand.
like
I'm
that.
just, if there's a two-step
Yeah, I
process,
can-
that's
Well, it's
more of
the
how I'm
nature
thinking
of
it.
these
It's just,
larger-
what's the,
Right.
what's the proper verbiage here?
Right,
Well,
and so I'll help out here. So what it is it's, when a site plan comes in, they'll say, hey, this is what the BAR looked at. Now, if you all were to say, instruct me that what we're seeing here in 2D, Jeff, this is what we want to see, then I go back and I have this record here, and I know when I'm looking at the site plan, anything that deviates from that view, I can, that's the note, that's what the BAR wants to see, or, hey, yeah, this is consistent with what the BAR on July 16th looked at. So it doesn't need a COA necessarily, it doesn't need that certificate suitable for framing thing. It's my review and my understanding what you all have looked at. So I wouldn't say it requires a motion, but you can certainly instruct me that this view from page whatever is what you want to see. And by the way, applicant, bring this back to us with the following information so that we can complete the COA for the landscaping and hardscaping plan.
So the other reviewers, so site plan reviewers, so everyone else has confidence that we've looked at it.
That's right. And I can say, yes,
And
this is what, now.
You can continue with the process.
Yes.
So if something comes back and it suddenly has, 8 circles at the bottom and there's no sloped area, and I'm gonna say, well, this is not what the BAR looked at.
Well, why don't we make a motion that says that we approve the concepts that
That
are
would work fine.
submitted in,
As delineated, and we request further detail.
It's
And-
kind of what we did last time.
Yeah.
right? I mean, this is really not a lot different than last time.
And, just if you want, refer specifically to the, as shown on page 3, and just leave it at that. And this is the page I'm running with, and this is the page I'm looking at. And then can take care of the site plan review. with-
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
And much like last time, that's just moving through the process. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Should we make a list of things we want to see? Just so we're,
I think that's probably a good idea.
Yes.
so I'm thinking we've got the wood fence, which we definitely want to knock down to 5 feet if it's 1 foot above the ground.
6 feet above, I guess.
So top of fence to be 6 feet above grade.
Yeah.
We want to see the metal fence and gate design. We want a drawing that indicates the relationship with the neighbors, or with the CenturyLink site. Is there other stuff?
We need to see the fence height adjusted on the Main Street side, do we not?
Oh, yeah, that the fence should not be
It's
5
gotta be
feet
4
tall.
feet.
And-
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got,
Yeah.
I've got a list here.
You got it?
Yeah. Yeah. Does anybody have preference on whether that's a fence or a hedge, or maybe either, if it's, or 4 feet or below?
I think either.
I think, well, it's all contingent on, again, your design for your wood fence.
we appreciate the
It'd be a nice
flexibility.
wood fence
Sure.
if you, yeah.
Understand the need.
Consideration for additional trees on site?
I think that's great.
Okay, I'll take a stab. I'd like to make a motion. Having considered the standards set forth within the city code, including the city design guidelines for, so rehabilitation,
Yeah, I don't
this
know
would
why
be
that-
for a new,
sorry.
for site design?
It would be, yes, site design.
I move to find that the proposed landscape concept plan satisfies the BAR's criteria and is compatible with this property and other properties in the downtown ADC district, and that the BAR finds the proposed concept appropriate as submitted, with the following considerations to be provided at a later date. The details of the wood fence and metal fence and gate need to be provided. The elevation of the CenturyLink adjacent property should be provided in context with the new work. The fence height should be a maximum of 6 feet above proposed grade. The fence should terminate at the proposed gate on the Main Street side of the property. From the fence or gate, the fence should be adapted to either be a 4-foot tall fence or hedge as it extends towards Main Street. Lighting fixtures are to match those approved for the adjacent project. And there should be a consideration for additional trees to be located on site.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
There you have it.
So we'll see you guys back again for the COA. Thank you. Okay. Next, we have a certificate of appropriateness application for 601 to 607 East Market Street.
Place we know well. This is a certificate of appropriateness application for 609 East Market Street. Formerly, this is 601, 607 East Market Street. Excuse me. And it's, my description is about the courtyard, not the buildings necessarily, because this is a south-facing courtyard, and it's framed on the west by 601 East Market Street, which is a former livery stable constructed in the 1890s. And after World War II, it was converted to offices. On the north and west of the courtyard are buildings of the former Mickey Printing Company. These were commissioned in around 1900 by the Carr family. They were owners of the leading legal publishers in the South at the time. That's right, Charlottesville used to be a printing capital. All of these structures are in the downtown ADC district. The request is construction of a 10-foot by 50-foot open pavilion within the building's courtyard. The pavilion would have a standing seam metal roof. It would be on a welded frame with exposed wood ceiling. The roof features a separate elevated ridge segment to allow for natural ventilation, and two schemes are presented. One has the elevation going the entire extent of the roof. The other, on either end, it's set back from the ends. The flooring of this patio area will be tile pavers, similar to what's existing on site. The applicant has it indicated in the lighting, and the pavilion will occupy a minimally landscaped section within this roughly 50-foot by 110-foot courtyard. And I had some questions for the applicant about what was existing, what was staying relative to the trees, some clarification of those things, and that's what I shared with you now, and as some of you saw it earlier. The proposed pavilion is appropriately oriented with the courtyard and the adjacent buildings. The roof profile is shallower than that of the adjacent stable building. However, the pavilion is set back into the courtyard, and coupled with its simple minimal framing, it does not present a competing or conflicting element. Staff finds the proposed pavilion appropriate and recommends approval. And then to the questions we had for the applicant. However, staff recommends that the BAR discuss the landscaping plan, specifically if it adequately represents the existing and proposed landscaping and tree plan. Additionally, clarification is needed on the condition at the south end of the identified work area. That's at the sidewalk, and it would be in the upper left-hand image at the far end. It just has sort of the appearance of maybe an opening, probably not, but I asked the applicant to clarify that. Currently, there's right there is a low brick wall, which from it's a brick planter on what would be the east side, and that low brick wall continues up to the former livery stable. And behind that, or on top of that wall, it's a simple wire fence. It's currently covered by Virginia creeper. Again, it's just a question of if that's to be altered or opened up in any way. That's not clear. Otherwise, I said staff is in support of the pavilion itself. That's what we have. Any questions for me? Okay, thank you.
And the applicant's here.
Hi, everybody. I'm Greg Jackson, and I think I sent my email to Jeff just a little late in the afternoon for him to be updated. I do have some, hopefully addressing his questions.
Yeah, that's how I handed it out to them.
You got it out.
Took care of it.
Oh, you already done. Well, I did make copies. Anybody want a copy?
I think we
Big copy?
Gave mine away. Yeah,
Jeff made them.
These are kind of the
That's right. I can say you handed in your 10 copies.
18 by 12 by 18 rather than 11 by 17. So let me have one of those.
There you go. Now you got to bring me another one.
Okay, well, since we have so many.
We have some extras up here.
Yeah. Anybody in the audience? Some of the changes are within the pavilion itself. The desire is not to have pavers or stone or anything, but have a nicely finished concrete surface, a sandscape, which is you probably all know it. It's floated a little bit. No, not stamped, but floated, and so it creates just a smoother surface. And with the sealer, it just creates a kind of a nicer surface, and it's not like a sidewalk green or sweep type of surface. But to step into, I guess, an inside joke, there will be scores, and not to try to look like stamped or tile, but kind of following a grid, and not a grid that's so big as just to take care of the control joints. So somewhere in between there, and it actually sort of mirrors, in a sense, the structure above, and just kind of works with, that kind of these bigger sections, but not too big, maybe not too small. So that was the intent there, and that color would be sort of a warm tan. I do have sort of a sample that I can pass around as well of the different colors. And then the metal frame, instead of that being warm and the roof being cool, we switched those around to where the metal frame, and that's written in there, I guess, as you see, would be a cool gray, and then the roof would be a warm kind of brownish gray, not unlike what maybe sort of a weathered copper would look like. And I think that's also lighting. You know, when we looked at this and thought about it, because we're just trying to get up and the owner desires just to get up and occupy that. You know, we all know this courtyard well, but how many of us actually been up in that area? You know, just kind of that background, and it's a big nice courtyard, and there is a little eating area, but it's just not quite, taking its position and really, enjoying the courtyard the way it could. So the desire is for improvements to kind of get into that space that's not really being occupied or used. And, we thought that probably the lighting that's going to end up there would be like a commercial string lights, the heavy duty, nice, and the kind of industrial bulbs, and I know it's, kind of very common throughout there, but in this case, I think it's actually a location that would work well with this pavilion. And so instead of trying to get any other kind of light fixtures in there, that's what we're proposing at this point, that would be integrated in and run the perimeter of the beam and, wired in, switched, and probably these days controlled with an app and dimmable, and the bulbs even change color and stuff like that. But the intent is for it to initially be a warm type of bulb, and by having so many bulbs, I think, because there's concern about glare and light, dark sky and stuff, that it just kind of glows the area rather than pinpoint lights, and that way it can light up above and light below. In landscaping, the question about the trees, all the trees are to remain and hopefully survive and stay, and so there will be a general sweep of the area of trimming and healthily, connecting with the trees to make sure they got what they need to be trimmed up to pull away from the shelter, but also to be, doing its thing correctly with the way the tree structures are, and any kind of treatment or fertilizing that needs to be done in sort of a strategic way to anticipate this change. We haven't quite got out there and surveyed the site, but there may be a need to raise that area, so there's not as much any kind of interference. It's not, there's a natural clearing area there if you've gone there. So, but there might be a desire to raise it if we need probably like a 1 or 2% slope towards the, from the west to the east towards a walking area. And if that's the case, we would add a step where there are steps and extend the ramp where there's a ramp. But I guess I'll take any questions.
Okay.
Oh, and in the area, I'm sorry, over to the south where the existing welded wire fence, there's no intent to mess with that at this point. I think just over there the whole paving surface will be redone. There's brick over there that'll be pulled up, and then new brick will be probably integrated with the old, kind of dispersed and spread and try to match, and that'll just go around because there's already another brick field in another area towards the north. So just trying to kind of keep that as a, one material that stays the same, and the new material would echo a color of some accent tiles that are along the walkway there, which have this kind of warm, terracotta tan color.
Okay.
So at the north end, this piece here, is that part of your project?
Yeah, so where you can see the limit of work note is actually at that point that you point to, and you maybe can make out a little dashed line around there.
Yeah.
And so that brick that's over there is displacing some, I think they're hydrangeas that are there, which to me is a little odd because when you walk up those steps, you kind of, the landscaping is right there, and it's nice, those plants are nice, but there's, it's pretty heavily landscaped and maybe some hardscape can come back. So the intent is for that stair to kind of have a hardscape as you come up the stairs and continue flat with it and have it the same similar kind of zone around each side, north and south of the new pavilion. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Do we have any questions from the public? Yes? Can you come join us at the microphone? It helps us get everything recorded for the minutes, or for the hordes of people watching at home.
We're going to record you.
Yeah.
Wait, we gotta turn it on now.
All right, so I own the Tin Whistle Irish Pub, which that patio that is currently there is one that's included in what I pay for rent. So my question has to do with whether or not this is, if the applicant is trying to make this public property, when the designer says, to open it up, if you've never been there, is he suggesting that this is going to be open to the public, since it's all private businesses and apartments, and that's a private business in the back, and I'm a private business? Is it suggested to be open to the public? And is that an appropriate question for me to even ask y'all? So.
Well, and Greg, you can choose to answer that or not.
I can try. I mean, it is a question for the owner, Alan Kajin, but my understanding it is not for the public, although the courtyard kind of acts public in a sense for people coming and going, but usually the users I see from you guys, your dining area, and the people that use the seating area over there, how it's going to be delineated or divided up, sort of like I guess the pedestrian downtown mall, it's kind of sectioned off in different ways for different, restaurants or tenants. I'm not sure. But I think it's just a bigger master plan for the whole courtyard. So that's kind of a question I think that kind of goes outside of both of ours.
Well, is it creating a public park, basically? Is it a public space?
I don't think it's any more public than what's there. I would think it probably...
Because I could currently tell people they aren't allowed on my property.
Yeah, they might, sit there as it is now. I don't know. It might be similar conditions, but I think it will be similar to what it was before, as far as, if not even.
It is private property.
Yeah.
It is private.
Yeah, so it's and if it has seating and stuff, usually that is assumed to be for that building's purposes.
Well, a lot of people assume it's a seat.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, so the only other question I have is, it doesn't really matter, but I don't see like my awning on this, is that, I just don't know how much the building itself, the Mickey building, is affected by this. Probably not much.
It shouldn't be. I mean,
Shouldn't be if I've already.
It's not part of this application.
So it's not. And then, as far as, again, if I'm asking something that I need to ask of somebody else, like drainage and the kind of tile, currently the tile that's there is very slippery, and it's really, up where those steps are. If that's going to be changed, it's very slippery. There's a lot of runoff, and there's not really currently good drainage, and all of because of the way it slopes, and it all slopes down towards my walkway. So that's just something I'm wondering about. Is that something that you address with a plan, or is it?
I think you would ask the designer, but as a tenant in that building,
I should.
You should ask
I
the
can ask
owner
them. Yeah.
and voice those concerns with them.
Okay.
And whether it's probably with you or separately, but I would imagine as a tenant paying rent in that building,
I can maybe ask.
I would imagine those things should be taken into consideration.
Is it slippery from moss and stuff growing on it?
No, just when it's wet, then it stays wet because it is very shaded right there.
Right.
And also the runoff, the dirt tends to stay until it dries, and then
Then it becomes slick when
my
it gets
guys
wet.
sweep it up.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
So
Are you increasing the impervious area?
I think so. It look like it.
I would say by the roof it is. And, you know, part of the overall scope of the site plan is probably part of the raised element as well, is that to address the drainage, to allow it to percolate in. You know, half of the roof goes to the planting area where the crepe myrtles are. And, you know, I would think that that's, you know, going to be handled, but we can look at the drainage more closely with that, because now's the time to kind of, when we're going to be stirring it up, to look at improvements. I actually want to have on the east side, which is the walkway side, that those pavers do more extensive type of catchment, to the extent where, you know, I wasn't going to bring this up if you guys didn't, but I'm going to anyhow. That we don't have to have a gutter on that side. It's my opinion that would take away from the purity of the building, the simplicity of it, and, you know, gutters just are messy. There's a lot of trees, and if we can do more of an in-ground type of gutter system, which also takes care of the, you know, a lot of the other surface type of drainage, I think that's the intent, my intent.
So Jeff, does this go to NDS site plan review, and do we have the stormwater engineers involved to review it?
I honestly don't know. I do think it's a good point about the, I don't know, I guess given the.
Well, the building department may ask about runoff.
You know, again, I don't know the answer. I would say that something that we could address as part of, you know, we are talking about the paving, we are talking about that surface. Again, given the storms we've had the last couple of weeks, it's just been unbelievable amount of rain in a short period. So some sort of a drainage system, some sort of permeable surface below either side of that would be appropriate, and it would be, I think, appropriate from a design side to say, you know, we want this located, or we want to see this, or a recommendation. I'll ask you know, from the site plan side of things, I don't know. I don't know how that's, it would be treated.
The mic.
I'm sorry, Mike. Mike's sitting next to you. Sorry. So I'll ask that, but I think that if you all wanted to recommend something, French drains, something, and some requirement that the drainage be addressed, I think that would be appropriate from the site.
I don't feel like the right kind of engineering to.
No. It's not to say we are requiring something specific, but a recommendation of an outcome of it, you know, the result of something on this site. You know, it's interesting, if you'll notice in the proposed motion, I didn't know quite what to call this. Is this an addition? Is this a site? I think I even talked to it as like a garage type of structure.
I wanted to avoid the word gazebo.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. So what exactly is
technically it? Maybe.
Yeah, you call it a permanent tent.
Yeah,
no,
good choice.
Yeah, don't say that either.
Shed.
But
it's just a shed, damn it.
Yeah.
I think.
Market
I mean,
shed.
we're not engineers, and I think that's fine. But if we're looking at changes to this landscape, you know, for these significant buildings, and, you know, we're asked to look at a design that may, you know, if it's not being taken into consideration, could potentially, you know, worsen the drainage and water conditions here, you know, so that water's running into the Tin Whistle and, you know, compromising the building. I think that's absolutely, from a preservation point of view, a concern of ours. And so I would put in whatever motion we make that, you know, that we ask the applicant and, you know, the owner to, you know, to look into that and make sure that that's being addressed with this design.
Are there any storm drains in that?
They're integrated into the paving area.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, there's a small one along that brick wall right there.
Right there?
Yeah, that immediately gets covered. You know, because it's very small slits, it's not big open square.
So those.
But, you know, right now it's hard ground, you know, grass that's not even able to grow in that area because of the shade. And I think surely the intent is to make improvements and to improve the conditions that are there now. And yes, we are kind of diverting the rain and concentrating it, but I hope that that also means that we're able to control it perhaps better at that point.
I agree that we're not going to be, we're not here to approve or the stormwater solutions. However, some of those solutions that we might intuit from our professional backgrounds are going to have an impact on both this landscape and those trees, which are in our purview. And my concern, well, I think that Greg is right that having the ground absorb that water would be a good solution. The impact is that that's going to require a lot more excavation in that zone, which is very proximate to those existing trees. And so I do have some concerns about how that would be handled.
Right, I was also just wondering about simply the slab there and whether that, I mean, I know you're talking about lifting it up, but I guess, what are those trees? Do you know?
They're just crepe myrtle.
There's a beach.
Oh,
There's some good ones.
Well, there's the three.
There's a variety.
There's the 3 trees on this lower rendering. The 3 are.
Sorry, my CAD model couldn't.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they are, but the rest are all sort of like a.
There's photographs.
Yeah.
The parks look like
Japanese maple.
What are they?
Yeah, there's one Japanese maple and some.
I mean, that just seems like the most critical thing is evaluating what the true impact of the building and the site work is and whether or not it actually does harm the trees. Or
And I would expect once you go into, for a building permit, they're gonna evaluate how
The
much
runoff.
land disturbance there is and whether or not, and how much change and whether, or if maybe it's a money amount threshold, I don't know. But something's gonna trigger whether or not it goes through all the reviews and then yes or not.
So we still in question mode, or
Are we on? Yeah,
I think we're still questions from the public.
All right. Well, how about comments from the public?
No. I don't have a comment. I think it would be nice to be able to have some input on, because currently the situation, the way that is right now with those trees, nothing grows there. You can't grow anything. So he's proposing a lot of concrete, and I don't see how, currently the patio is bricked, and then the one part is just dirt and earth. How is it less grass that probably won't grow because it's so shaded, and keeping those trees there? I don't understand where the water is gonna go. It's just gonna continue. And I know that that's not, but I see it as a big problem with just this particular design. And obviously I really like this compared to what I'm living with right now. It's really beautiful, but I don't see it solving some of the issues that are currently there, which is nothing seems to grow because it is so shady. And all the tree roots are all, the tops of them are there, there's just not enough dirt for them to grow. So that's my only comment. I'd be happy to see that, but I just worry about the water. So,
Okay.
thank you. Thanks.
Thanks. Comments from the board? I do always think it's helpful to involve, like, give the tenants some sort of heads up so that
Yeah.
these kind of issues don't happen in a meeting like this. And
Right. I mean, it's in the property owner's best interest to,
Of course.
Gain input, I would imagine, from people renting and people who'd be affected by this, and people who use it day in, day out, and maybe have a better sense of what goes on.
Just like
So-
with big projects, we recommend speaking with the neighborhood. And
Yeah, I
I'm
don't-
shocked that he hasn't
Yeah,
engaged the tenants.
I don't think this is any different, and I would, whatever motion or whatever we say, I would say that, we really recommend that concerns of tenants be, that there be some communication.
I mean, this is really important in beautiful urban space, and part of its charm is the success of that landscape, and at least from a canopy point of view, and for the quality of the trees and shrubs. I believe it's a Nancy Takahashi Design, who was here earlier today. At its best, it's a beautiful dappled light and a great place to meet. At times, I'm sure it feels too shaded and overwhelming and a little bit dark and damp. And my concern, while I don't have I think that the design is, for the most part, sensitive to this space and to the scale of adjacent buildings and for the kinds of use that are necessary. I wonder if it is going to even create a even darker, shadier space that is not as hospitable as we might imagine. I think that improving the ground plane and the pavement and the drainage would be a huge benefit to that space and increase its usage almost immediately. And I just have a question, I guess, to my fellow board members about the canopy itself, and if they share that concern about the darkness.
I do. So I mean, I hate to say that, like, I'm a really boring architect. I like just dead simple, but this is such a magical space, and I think it feels like a missed opportunity that you're just putting this like simple shed-like structure in here. I mean, part of the magic of being in here is that you've got the tree canopy over you. And I agree with Breck that you're going to suddenly have this ceiling that's starts at 8 feet and doesn't get up much higher than that, kind of just right on top of you, and you can no longer see the trees. I don't know what would be better. I mean, I think conceptually, a series of little tinsel structures or something would be really cool, but I'm sure that's not something that, your client would be. Maybe he would be interested in. I don't know. This to me feels like it's kind of sad. And there's nothing in here that I think I can. I struggle to find any guideline that says we can't do this, but it does feel like it's like just, I don't know. It's like the first stab at it. Like, let's just put a little shed structure in here and be done with it. And I think it's gonna ruin the space a little more than actually enhance it. I know it'll make it more usable. You'll have more protection from the rain, but it's not going to have that character that it's got anymore.
When it's 105 degrees out, it's a really wonderful, shaded, very southern feeling courtyard space, shaded as it is.
It's really one of the nicest ones in town.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was hoping we were gonna have to really dig into this, and I was gonna buy the first round over there.
Yeah. Do a site
Do some
visit.
site research.
Well, I think it needs more study. I think it needs more attention paid to some of what we're talking about, the drainage, what is the ultimate desired effect here, and the structure is perfectly fine. I'm really more concerned with the canopy, but ultimately, how does this work with the buildings that surround it and the water issues, and I would expect that property owner would be interested to address those types of concerns for the longevity of the building. That's sort of where my concerns are.
I agree. I think the proposed structure is perfectly fine, but I enjoy the courtyard the way it is because of the trees.
So, to look at it from sort of guidelines and appropriateness, then I guess, what we're saying, what we're asking is, these proposed changes to this courtyard, are they appropriate for the historic character of this, street, the courtyard surrounded by these buildings? And then, from a more technical, I suppose, point of view, I think the water and drainage issues are real ones that need to be investigated further, and that's just pure preservation of the structures.
Well, water and whether it's really going to have any sort of a deleterious effect on the existing trees.
Mhm.
Just given what's going on up there right now. I mean, I could certainly see some appeal in being able to sit there when it's raining out and that sort of thing, you know? And, or in even in the fall, if it's a hot fall day and all the leaves have come off the trees. So, you know, I think, you know, sort of this almost farmer's market kind of format is appropriate, and I think that's actually nice. I don't mean actually nice, I think that's nice, but I guess the real question is how's it gonna live with its neighbors in there, is my thing. And the other thing I could also see doing, since you've got that sort of popped up monitors, I also could see actually throwing light up in there from the inside edge, and you would never see the light source. And then then your fairy lights could be more just less about illumination, more about just some sparkle. Just thinking. But anything I think that would make that the monitor during the day, having a sense of light coming from that, whether it might need to be a little taller or something. I mean, it would get some bounce off the roof, but I think having some sense of light in there coming from that would help alleviate some of the canopy loss. But I think the biggest question is really the site implications of that surface in the water and the existing trees.
I think that's right.
I think that's really where
the taller monitor would really break up the apparent, opacity of that roof, and you'd allow you to see through, get a lot more bounce light.
I mean, it looks sleek and all that. I just don't know if it's really going to introduce that much light with it that tall, that slim.
Mm-hmm.
Did you try like solar models on it or anything like that in your model? I was just curious.
Yeah, I think it's a balance between letting light in. The ventilation, I think, would work versus during rain events getting in. So then you have to kind of balance that out. But I think taller could probably work. In thinking about the trees, we're trying to kind of you can stand up in there, which is interesting. When I've looked at it too, I also feel that way. I love this courtyard, I love the trees, but I don't think I've ever been up in that area. I doubt any of us have really been able to stand and occupy that area too much.
There's not really there.
Yeah.
There's the side where Tim was, the dining areas, and then there's the other end off of the scope where there's sitting areas. But right in there, it's like you don't really go up in there to, stand and go. I used to stand here all the time, and now I don't see directly up to. But we're trying to stay low to not go up into the canopy as well. And the intent, which could be done with or without the pavilion, is to trim out the trees and let more light air come in as part of the whole process, because we have to trim it to a certain extent to get the pavilion and one tree in particular. But certainly, I think the monitor could be higher, perhaps. But my preferred profile of the two is the one that's shown, is B, that does have it just go all the way through. So it's a balance between creating the function of having a covering for diners to kind of stay and linger when it's just a rain, versus letting light and views.
You've got a pretty good overhang there, though. So I mean, unless it was windy, and then it would still. I don't know. The trees would probably make it do all sorts of weird things anyway.
I mean, if it's a storm, you're going to get wet in there no matter what.
Yeah, the storm. That's sort of out of the question.
Even if there weren't a monitor, it's going to blow in from the south.
Yeah.
I mean, what if it was? And I'm throwing crap out there, but I mean, what if it was a monoslope or something? Then maybe you'd get more view of at least the trees on one side.
What?
A monos, like if it just had a single slope.
Yeah, like a shed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it might feel a little more. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean that certainly came to mind. It certainly opens up an end to exposure. One time it was hip all the way around because that is the most utilitarian in a sense of fulfilling the function of protecting that area, you know, of an overhang. When you leave the end open, like the one I prefer, that lets in, you know, those areas, those bays, those 10-foot bays are less functional in a sense, if we're talking about function in this respect. So I think it's, again, a balance between having it do its function versus do some other things.
It's kind of a rarity in Charlottesville to have a place that's quiet, intimate. You can go and sit and have a nice conversation, as opposed to the downtown mall, plaza, openness, people all around you, and or one of the bars that you can't hear because of all the noise in it. It's a special place that I've enjoyed.
Yeah.
And I guess the intent is to be able to keep that and allow, you know, you to actually get more up in there.
My only hesitation, my worry is that I feel like there are some design impacts of this that have not been considered yet. The landscaping and the stormwater, those things.
Yeah. I guess, you know, we didn't anticipate that being part of the criteria, you know, and looking at the other landscape with the cork, that wasn't discussed at all. But certainly it's been in our mind and our thoughts as part of the overall improvement to handle that. And if it's not feasible, it's not feasible, as in that respect.
That's a good point. You know, I will say the quirk, I mean, that site, that's entirely new construction, and I would hope that they'd be taking,
You would hope, yeah.
you know, those things into
Yeah.
consideration, whereas this is, you know, this is a very, you know, historic and revered courtyard, old buildings, and so this is, you know, real modification to a historic space that could potentially have negative impacts on it. And that's, I think, the difference.
Yeah.
You know, one of the reasons I asked Greg to provide the additional information is more to confirm what I was looking at is I didn't see trees removed. I mean, there might be some bushes in there, shrubbery, says Brett.
Shrubberies.
Shrubbery. So I think I'm trying to narrow this down. So in that regard, I wasn't so much concerned about landscaping because it was being retained. But maybe, so what I'm hearing is maybe more information on what is currently there and what will be there when a project's done. Something that addresses the drainage, I think would be an appropriate request. The city's concern would be more, you know, hey, if you want to flood your courtyard, have at it. The minute it starts pouring out on the sidewalk, we've got a problem. So I think, you know, a recommendation to address that would be valid. The trees along what would be the west side there are up in that, there's like a low wall and they're up against the building. So I didn't see those as being disturbed in construction. So if it's a function of disturbance during construction, or is it a function of how they fit into this constructed pavilion, maybe we can be clear on that. Carl, your point about the shed roof is interesting, but now I guess I'm just thinking thermodynamics here. Does that configuration produce a level of ventilation different from I don't know, is that more conducive to natural ventilation? I don't know. It seems heat goes up, but who knows?
I mean, I don't think there's gonna be an issue with ventilating this thing no matter what.
No, it's only 10 feet wide, so.
It's gonna have a hot surface, and it's gonna, and the hot air is gonna go up and out.
And
Shaded.
so, you know, now as far as breaking it up into, you know, the concept of the pavilion, good, bad, the smaller, wider, a series of them, or take a pavilion idea and start over, kind of maybe, you know, find out what is it, or no pavilion at all, we don't want to talk about it. Because I'm sensing that what you all would like to do is see a little more exploration of the design, a little more clarification of it, but to what extent does this reflect something that, or even parts of something that you all would entertain?
I think it's mostly just understanding what its implications are for the existing site. That's what's kind of hard to tell.
I mean, I find it hard to believe you could do this without pruning, doing something to the trees, to the low limbs. I don't, Breck, you know better than I, but can you just go into a site like this and build a pavilion without impacting or wanting to study how it impacts the trees?
Well, it looks like the crepe myrtles are out of the way for the most part for what the dimensions we're talking about, but I think Greg was alluding to, there's some of either the Japanese maple or some of the magnolias that will need some lower branches to be trimmed. I think the bigger impact is really in the ground plane, and I think you would, to minimize the impact on those 3 lower trees, you would want to raise the elevation to keep that slab above and limit the amount of disturbance to those existing roots. You would want to get water back down into that soil volume, but you'd want to avoid doing it without a trench on the east side of that pavilion. I mean, like I said at the very start, I think that the location, the siting of the pavilion is trying to be sensitive, and I think that given our guidelines, I'm not opposed to a pavilion being there. I just think it's just some concern for the preservation of the existing character of the space, and which is largely reliant on those trees.
Okay, it seems like there's a consensus that the proposal before us in and of itself is by and large fine, but there's concerns about the impact on the existing site. Is that a good summary?
For me,
Yeah.
For me.
And so we suggested deferral to give the applicant an opportunity to find out more about that site impact and then present it back.
Happy to look at it again, yeah.
So Craig, would you want to request a deferral? Seems bad to make you ask for it.
So what you're asking for is nothing on necessarily the design or aesthetics, but the underpinning engineering on the stormwater management and the construction and the after-built structures' potential impact on the existing trees.
Exactly.
Yeah, so like
For
if you-
approval for a certificate of appropriateness.
Right, 'cause if you were just doing the pavilion and you weren't putting a solid slab in there, that would certainly greatly mitigate its immediate effects in terms of like the root structure and all that, but you still have the stormwater issue, right?
Yeah, so ideally this, intuitively it doesn't seem like it. You just leave it alone if you wanted to, of course it's not, a park, it is a owner's building, he wants to utilize the space and all that stuff. But ideally that it does maybe improve the conditions, whereas the rain falling now on hard compacted dirt just drains into the walkway and the mud clogs the drain, versus if it could be retained in the paver catchment system and slowly seeped into the 3 trees and such
Right.
type of thing. We could demonstrate that. I'm a little confused how this relates to what you guys do, but I understand the concern. And
It's about the trees.
Yeah.
Whether, is it truly gonna stay, is this an addition to this space, or is it actually gonna totally transform the space because it kills all the trees?
Yeah, no,
That's the question.
Yeah, and I don't think
Well, I think
anybody wants that, but
I think it's also is this going to send a bunch of water, running towards Tin Whistle?
Yeah,
And I think that is totally our concern.
Right, so, but then you have to, how do you correct that, and what
Yeah.
the implications of correcting that, and does that mean all the trees die? Or you have to rip them out and redo it, that's, is it gonna change the character of the space above what we can see visually right now. I think it's very pleasant and could be very nice, but are we really understanding the full implication of it? Are you gonna have to change stuff to make it work? That's all. So we're not trying to say we're about stormwater management, we're just predicting there's an issue there, which you know,
Yeah.
and Jackie mentioned as well. So, we just wanna make
It's always
sure.
a tricky thing, I think, for owners, you know, to how far they take it and do analysis and do engineering and, you know, if it's not gonna go kind of thing, you know, it's a,
Right.
and we didn't quite discuss what to do at this
It seems
point.
like
but
you have support in general for the application, as long as there's a
We can see some-
confidence level that it's not gonna end up inadvertently ruining
Yeah.
what you have already.
Which is nice.
Yeah, right. I mean, it just sort of feels like, you know, I have no issues with the appropriateness of the pavilion, but it's sort of kind of just, it's dropped in and everything around it, the trees, and I would argue the structure itself, you know, could potentially be seriously impacted if this doesn't work.
Yeah.
And so,
Yeah.
you know, that's what makes it different from the court application
Yeah.
earlier.
And I think, like you said, there's an assumption that it will be best practices and would not damage, but that we want to see a little bit more, I guess, is what I'm hearing.
It's a small space.
So what, I requested a permit? Even though I'm a little confused as to how that, you know, how it plays, but I haven't been here in a while, so I'm not sure how.
Yep.
Your criteria, you know, if this, how this fits into the criteria, what you're looking at, but.
It's to mitigate, to ensure there's no negative effect
Yeah.
on the historic buildings on the left or the right, and of the space as it
Well,
exists.
and in the downtown ADC district, all the parcels are considered contributing. So the protection of the trees and even those site walls and pavement is part of our purview as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so the applicant has requested a deferral to give himself more options in the future. So do we have a motion to accept that request?
I'll move to accept.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And none opposed.
Okay.
Okay,
Thanks.
good luck, Rick. All right, next up, we have a project update on the East High streetscape.
Streetscape. Look at the wall, I start plugging it in, see what happens. Then the little man comes out the door if we have a problem. You watch. That would be bad.
Always recommends me.
Yeah.
It was so weird, that thing started moving.
Yeah. Well, at least you're not right next to it.
Yeah. It's gonna turn around.
I know.
Is it talking? Who's second in that last one?
Hey,
Someone over there.
I was supposed to say,
Jody did, I think. He just said
Yeah.
very, very quietly.
I'm sorry?
Did you second the last motion?
Yes, I did. Very, very quiet.
Very, very quietly.
Not in the microphone.
It took me a while to realize he was yelling.
I thought someone was gonna be coming down the hall yelling
She hasn't been here in a while.
with her.
She hasn't been here in a while.
Yeah, that's true.
She gave up.
Well, good evening.
Hi.
My name is Brian McPeters. I am a engineer with Kimley Horn and Associates. We are under contract with the city to develop the design of the East High Streetscape project. I'm joined tonight by Keith Imany, who is a landscape architect that works with me. And of course, Tim Mach, who is the city project manager, is also here in the audience. Our goal of tonight is to give you an update on the development of the design of the streetscape project on East High Street, let you know where we are with that, and then most importantly, dialogue a little bit with you and get input back from you as we begin to finalize the plans. So we've got a presentation, probably take about 15 minutes for us to run through, just to let you know where we've come from, where we currently are. We'll give you some details and information about how the project works with the Belmont Bridge project, as well as things we're working on and things we've heard recently, and then open the floor up to some dialogue and some questions to that. So starting off, process and schedule. This project is a smart scale project. If you're not familiar with that, that is VDOT's new methodology for how they award funds to transportation projects across the state. Essentially, you can view that as a beauty contest of projects based on benefits and cost to come up with a prioritization to recommend funding. Funding was awarded to this project in 2016. And since 2016, the city has obviously procured a design consultant, and we've been working with the public for about 18 months now and developing a design to actually push this project forward, and we'll go over the schedule here in a moment. The goal of this project, you can really view this as a multimodal streetscape project. We have a street that, with our project limits that you see in the green on the right of the bottom right of the screen, that is very much bent towards the vehicle. It does have transit, it does have sidewalks, it has little to no landscaping and little to no aesthetic enhancements that make you feel safe on the street if you're in anything other than a vehicle. There are also a lot of pinch points in where the vehicle is focused, such as east of Lexington and some other things with the traffic signals and turn lanes that make the corridor not very well balanced. The project would seek to bring that into balance by improving wayfinding, making ADA improvements, and addressing needed transportation improvements up and down the corridor. The corridor runs along East Market Street, starts just outside of City Hall at the existing signal at 7th, and then proceeds to the east to the intersection at Market Street. You see in the yellow in the figure in the bottom right, the connection to the Belmont Bridge project. That's the limits of that project. And you can see these two projects marry up and touch at the 9th and Market Street intersection. The East High Streetscape project then continues to the north, to the right on the screen, all the way to the 10th and Locust intersection, keeping in mind that the street does change names at the East High near the Charlton Oaks gas station and proposed development. And our project will terminate at the existing signal at 10th and Locust over there on the far right. This is just an overview of the project schedule. You can see in 2018, we focused on conceptual design, working through a public engagement process to be able to invite folks to help us understand needs and craft a vision for the corridor. Starting earlier this year, in 2019, we began more thorough detailed engineering design, and you can see we were here with our preliminary presentation to you. Big picture, we would look to be refining the design later this year. We would hope to come back to you spring of 2020 to finalize details. At the same time, we would be purchasing right away and finalizing the plans, and then in 2021, we would be targeting of starting construction. If you were wondering how that overlays on the Belmont Bridge proposed project, Belmont Bridge should be under construction about this time next year, and will probably be an 18-month to 24-month process. So these two projects not only touch each other, their construction process has to also be coordinated because they'll coexist in the same space for the same time. Just to give you an idea of the engagement that we've had throughout this project, similar to the Belmont Bridge project, it has been engagement and real engagement. We've had over 17,000 different data points that we've collected through this process. We had over 500 plus written comments, and then we've had about 1,000 touch points, meaning we've touched 1,000 individuals in one way, shape, or form or another, through online engagement, through in-person meetings, through comments that came in through email or given to and written comments to the project manager to be able to dialogue. The far left of the screen actually runs through different stages of things of part of that engagement, which would be highlighted by things such as not only the engagement itself, but the culmination of that. We were here in November, I believe, for presentations to the Planning Commission, where we were found in compliance with the comp plan, and City Council endorsed the conceptual design that we've now advanced to the preliminary design in December. And then of particular importance that you may be interested in, we have been coordinating with the active developments we'll see on the screen shortly in the design, both the Charlton Oaks development as well as the medical office building at the corner of Locust and 10th and East High Street, to be sure that the improvements we make work not just for the improvements as a whole, but we balance the urban design throughout the corridor. Key takeaways from all of that information on the left, Overall, pedestrian facilities and a multimodal improvement remain the top priority. There's a desire to provide a safe and walkable street. We heard that consistently throughout. And then the design features, we're not just putting in sidewalk, we're looking to make an aesthetic enhancement to create some sense of place in this corridor, which is an entryway into the downtown. And we heard over and over again of how this connects neighborhoods to the downtown center, the downtown mall, as well as Court Square. That's just some other points that came through, some interesting common themes that came out of that. The key words we heard over and over again were safe, walkable, pedestrian friendly. You can see the priorities that pretty much fell out in this top 5 order for the corridor. You can see the pedestrians were there, the landscaping, the bicycle. I will say those 3 priorities were very closely in prioritization. They're not spread apart. That's probably because they all work together to accomplish the goals of the project. And you can see at the bottom would be traffic and travel speeds and lighting. Challenges that often came up, the Lexington East High intersection. We have a dot map exercise we did early last year, and there were really no major problems identified on the corridor that folks had a lot of concern with, except for that intersection, which we do have some improvements in our concept that we'll talk through. And then some of the outcomes, we are conformant to the comp plan, and we have city council approval. One thing I will say is with these priorities, in any project where you have a limited amount of street space to work with, a limited amount of right-of-way, or you're constrained, those priorities are going to begin to compete against each other. And it's important to have dialogue and gain consensus around what compromises are made to be able to obtain those priorities and still build a streetscape and a project that is acceptable and has the outcome that we want. Just last month, we were able to hold a public hearing. That public hearing complied with our VDOT requirements for public involvement. In that public hearing, we had 46 attendees. We had 30+ written comments. Public involvement on transportation projects is something I do across the state all the time. I would wish I could get that kind of response out of the number of attendees versus the number of comments that I got. That is an awesome thing. Makes it one of the fun things that I enjoy about working in Charlottesville, because we know that we're getting feedback on our project.
That's a good attitude.
That's a great way to look at it.
Yeah.
Some key takeaways from that. Overall, there was support for the bicycle and pedestrian improvements. There was a desire for the planting palette to be enhanced to allow for more large canopy trees. We have good news about that Keith will share about with us shortly. There's interest in how the Tarleton Oaks development works with the streetscape. Keith has some information on that from our coordination with them. Support for a conversion of existing underground utilities or overhead utilities to underground. I did not mention at the beginning, the city council has appropriated funding for undergrounding of the overhead utilities on the corridor. That is not a complete done deal yet, because we're still in conversations with Dominion. That funding, just so we're clear, is not something VDOT reimburses the city for. That's what's called a betterment. The city's kind of on the hook for that cost, so we have to work through the design now to come to an agreement with Dominion on what the cost is, but also be able to construct the duct bank underground. But that obviously has a transforming effect on the streetscape as well as the planting palette that we have.
Definitely.
Were some few concerns, as you can imagine, regarding traffic. We believe those are addressed adequately in the traffic study that's available in the conversations that were had previously. And then I'll highlight in the concept where some of the challenges about the competing priorities and that limited amount of space and the need for compromise kind of bubble to the top. Some we have good solutions for, some at the end of the day we only have a set right-of-way width that we can work with, and we have real physical constraints. So let's talk about the design a little bit at this point. This is the concept that was shown to the public and is available on the project website. We are oriented essentially north to the right, so you can see we're sitting just off the screen in the upper left. The yellow is the pavement area. The green would be indicative of the actual green markings for the bike lanes. You can see the Belmont Bridge project over there to the lower left. On Market Street, the project scope never included, primarily based on constraints and cost, moving the existing curbs. So all we're doing on East Market Street is we are restriping and reallocating to balance the street between the vehicle, the pedestrian, and the bicycle. So you'll have a bike lane from 7th Street all the way to the intersection with Market Street. We do have some proposed tree plantings behind the existing sidewalk in the blue areas. That blue area, by the way, denotes that the city is currently doing a study for the future of that parking arrangement with the county that's there that could be a couple of different things that's separate from this project. The project then would include, along with the Belmont Bridge job, a replacement of the traffic signal at 9th and Market. And then we would go today down 9th Street going to the north towards Pantops. We would have a 4-lane cross-section. The interior lanes, 1 lane in each direction, would be essentially a de facto left turn lane, not a through lane. And then you would have the through lane on the outside. We would basically reduce that cross-section to 1 lane, through lane in each direction, with a center turn lane that would be balanced based on traffic between traffic going south on 9th, turning onto Market, and traffic going north, either turning onto Jefferson or at East High at the signal. That area also includes continuous 6-foot wide sidewalks and a minimum 4.5-foot wide planting space. That planting space, talking about compromises, when we show the trees in this graphic, that's not intended to say that that's an isolated tree. That's a continuous planting strip that's 4.5 feet wide from the back of curb to the front edge of sidewalk that is only broken up by the existing driveways that enter the commercial properties. If you've been on a street that has that setup, that's a transformative streetscape enhancement that totally changes the pedestrian's experience of the street. At the East High intersection, we would replace the existing traffic signal with a new traffic signal. And then the street begins to change a bit as it goes in front of CFA. We do lose some available width that's to us, so we lose some of the width in the street. We go down to 2 lanes in that section. We were able to work a compromise with the Tree Commission as well as the Bike Pedestrian Advisory Committee last year to introduce those trees you see in front of the CFA on the left. There'd be no tree space on the right, but a minimum width 5 foot wide, if not 6 foot wide, depending on constraints, wide sidewalk that would continue all the way to Locust Avenue. So some few sections to talk through. This is on East Market Street. Today there's a bike lane, I think, in one direction, but not both. We'd reallocate some pavement width to be able to get that. You can see that's the parking just outside of the parking area on the other side of the street at the 7th intersection. You can see the planting space behind the sidewalk approaching the intersection on the graphic on the right. These graphics are all looking east towards 9th Street. Just a couple other sections to think through. This is the section on the left would be your experience on 9th Street going north between Market Street and East High. You can see 1 through lane in each direction with a center left turn lane. You'll note the bike lanes will be buffered. We explored options for different bicycle accommodations. This was the one that was supported the most through the analysis. Interestingly enough, if you have an 18-inch buffer, you can stripe 2 stripes versus 1 to basically enhance and demarcate the space a little better between the vehicle and the bike. You will see the 4.5 foot wide linear planting strip. And Keith will be talking to us more about street trees shortly. And then you see the change in the street section on the right. This is basically in front of the CFA. 2 lanes, 1 lane in each direction. You've got a bike lane and you've got a planting strip, in that case, that's 6 foot wide in that area. This is just a blow up of the graphic that you saw earlier to be able to show you the different types of improvements going on Market Street. So again, we're off just to the lower left of this graphic. You can see the Belmont project coming up from the bottom of the screen going up to the intersection there at 9th and Market. The only improvements other than striping improvements on Market Street would include the street trees that you see on the city-owned property at the intersection corner, but we have to make ADA improvements to both the 7th Street intersection, the 8th Street intersection, which is that unsignalized intersection between Market and 9th and 7th Street. And then also we have to make ADA improvements to the existing entrances that go into the parking lots of the current businesses that are there to enhance the pedestrian environment, but that's also our requirement with our funding as well as the city's goals. This is just a blow up of that graphic, zooming in further. One particular area of concern, the intersection right outside of where we're sitting right now at 7th Street. If you could imagine if that does or does not meet ADA, in every case it does not currently. This project will improve those pinch points. We did get a lot of input from the Downtown Business Association as well as the operator of the pavilion and are looking to minimize the bulb outs you see at the intersection of 7th and 8th to what is needed minimally for ADA requirements. They do use this area to stage tractor trailers for events at the pavilion, and we've agreed to do what we need to do, but not overthink that area as well. And then just pointing out the continuous bike lanes that would exist. Remember, on Belmont Bridge, we've got essentially a one-direction cycle track or a physically separated bike lane coming up from Levy Avenue. This will make a bike lane that goes all the way from where the Belmont leaves off, also down Market, like we talked about, all the way to the Locust and 10th intersection. When you put the Belmont Bridge project together with this one, and also the city has a project to stripe bike lanes between Avon and Hinton, south of Levy Avenue, you're going to have about a mile of in-road bike lanes that do not exist today or are disconnected. So again, a transformative improvement, not just for the pedestrian, but for the bicyclist in the corridor.
One thing that wanted to make sure we pointed out is that the intersection of East High and East High, in the current condition, there's a existing dedicated right-hand turn lane. In the proposed condition, that is currently shown as being removed. However, we have definitely done the traffic research on it and have presented that. If you have any questions, Brian can speak to that also. But the point of this graphic is to show you that we are currently working with the Tarleton Oak development to kind of both inform them of what we were doing with the curb space as well as inform us of what they're doing back of right of way, so that anything that they install, we're trying to not have to remove, or vice versa from a grading perspective or stormwater perspective. One element in this location is that we're pointing out a bus stop area where we're proposing to have a bus stop relocated to this intersection so that there's a larger area to wait for transit, as well as provide any amenities that might be appropriate for that.
And is the Tarleton Oak coming down, it looks like?
I'm sorry?
The tree in front of the gas station is called Tarleton Oak.
Part 4?
Huh? Yeah.
Not much of it left, is there?
No, it's the baby of the
original
old
Tarleton
one.
Oak, yeah.
So I believe that is in their plan, which is not shown as to remain, correct, Tim?
It doesn't look like it.
Correct.
Yeah, if I recall, it was to relocate a sampling or a sapling of the oak somewhere on the site, introduce it in the site, although recent revelations suggest that is not the Tarleton Oak, so
I think there was a movie in the 20s that's what started that.
Okay.
But it never really was.
Yeah, so I think,
Tarleton napping under
I
it.
recall, yeah, that it's to reintroduce it somewhere within the site, but the
Because
trees.
it is a big, nice oak tree,
Yeah.
regardless of its
It's
origin.
fictitious origin, possibly, allegedly.
So to kind of continue upon the points that Brian's making with it being a transformative area, this will certainly help transform the intersection of East High as well as the intersection of Lexington, where we're kind of straightening that out a little bit at the corner in order to help with the pedestrian crossing as well as vehicular movements. A theme that you'll see throughout the next couple slides is that in general, the hardscape materials as well as amenities are consistent with the Belmont Bridge project. A lot of the elements that you see here have been presented to you back in the last time it was brought in front of you for the Belmont project. So standard asphalt crosswalks, scored concrete, which is the city standard Omaha tan color. The asphalt paving with painted bike lanes and crosswalks. The furnishings, again, are consistent with the Belmont Bridge projects, with the back bench, the multiplicity, I have a problem with that every time, bike racks, as well as the trash receptacle. In addition to the amenities as well as the lighting. The lighting will also be consistent with the Belmont Bridge project. The fixture, the color, the hue, intensity as such will be consistent. One of the elements of feedback that we heard at the public hearing was that there was a desire to add some more canopy trees within the corridor, and not necessarily try to remain within the confines of the selected plant palette for the Belmont Bridge project. The current exhibit that you see here was what was presented at the public hearing, which the proposed canopy trees and understory trees were consistent with the Belmont Bridge plant palette. You can see the items. The selected plants are highlighted here is a direct pull from the Belmont Bridge project. One of the things that we started evaluating, and part of the key takeaways that we heard at that meeting, was the encourage the use of more native trees, consider pedestrian comfort and safety, and the desire for larger trees rather than understory. Some of the priorities you can see listed to the right were large trees for shade, native tree varieties, and the challenges we're currently pushing and pulling with the horizontal dimension and the vertical dimension of soil depths and adequate soil volume available for large trees. As you saw in the cross-section drawings, some of the planting areas have to be as little as 4.5 feet wide based on available right-of-way. And as we were developing this plan, we were also still working through the overhead electric utility elements that Brian discussed earlier. Since we have received that feedback, we specifically looked at each of the planting areas for soil volume rather than width. As you can see, as per some of the requirements as shown in the Streets at Work document, the areas highlighted in purple are areas where it will be hard to get the amount of soil volume to incorporate canopy trees. But just as Brian mentioned, in some of those areas we have a lot of disruption with driveways, so that may not necessarily be as much of a constraint as we had originally thought. But the areas highlighted in kind of pinkish red are areas where we believe we can definitely get the soil volume to incorporate some canopy trees where we were previously incorporating understory trees.
Some of the inside of this curb is not included as,
Tree-wise.
tree-wise, if there's nothing, any on this side.
So along that side, and I'll let Brian chime in also, we kind of went back and forth with both the public and the committees in regards to, should we split it evenly on both sides where we may not have as large of an impact, or be able to get the amount of width or soil volume on one side, or add it all to one side, and on the north side, as you see there, I believe north, there's less driveway cuts, so we would be able to continuously plant a strip along there. And Brian, you were involved in those conversations also, so.
Yeah, I think two things. One is that was a balance made. There are significant trees outside the right-of-way in the general vicinity, kind of on the bottom side of this graphic, from opposite the East High intersection to 9.5, which is the intersection that comes in the middle. Those are all outside the limits of the job. They aren't really affected.
Right.
The one caveat to that I will add, obviously, if I'm a vehicle and I come up to 9.5 and I want to turn left or turn right, we're going to restrict that movement so it's right out only in the design that was approved by council. We are having talked with the property owner at the public hearing. We're working with VDOT right now. You don't have the proper site distance that you're required to have turning left through there, which tentatively may require us to clear the sight line. That's not resolved yet. That wouldn't be that whole space, but there are still outside of that space a significant number of trees that would remain through that area, and that was why the street was kind of unbalanced in the sense of putting the planting trees to the opposite side.
Along those same lines, I'm curious, there were a number of trees shown in the slide on the Tarleton Oaks intersection, but they haven't been identified as part of the project. Is that because they're not officially part of this project, or?
So the intent as it would stand today, if Tarleton Oaks is under construction, or if we were confident they're moving through construction, or the use that is there currently right now isn't there, The plaza concept that Keith showed you will be part of the project.
Okay.
The challenge that we get into is we could not build that plaza the way it is if the development's there and has to have those two entrances. So we were trying to be transparent with folks that if we don't control that schedule.
Right.
Everything from our conversations with them would tend to think by 2021 or 2022, we will be able to build that plaza. What we would probably do if we were advertising today and their schedule was unclear is we'd include it as part of our project with the contractor, but we'd bid it separately so that we knew what it cost, and if we had to make a change that we would.
So in further evaluating and responding to comments from both the public hearing and the tree commission, some potential large canopy trees that are both on the approved street tree list as well as native to the area, the London plane tree, sweet gum, scarlet oak, American linden, willow oak are potential options for the large street trees. We did hear that it was important to have a variety, so we wanted to make this palette more than 2 trees, just more or less in responding to those comments. In those few areas where we will definitely need to plant small understory trees due to either volume or space, here are some good options that we could use: flowering dogwood, hornbeam, serviceberry redbud, and winter king. Those are also all on the approved street tree list for Charlottesville. And I believe that's all we have. If you have any questions, we're here.
Would it be possible in that diagram you showed just previously with the street trees to have a second category that shows existing street trees? I mean, not that you have control over, but just so we have a sense of their contribution to the road as you're designing it?
So when you say existing street trees, there would be none within the right-of-way today. You would be talking about adjacent trees to the right-of-way.
Adjacent trees that would still have, help
yes,
create that sense of canopy as it currently.
Like the CFA Institute has several that don't appear on the drawings, but.
right, understood. Yeah, we can add those.
Yeah, just so as a reference point, just so that, just like Melanie's question, I mean, regarding that one side, I mean, it makes sense, but just seems like there ought to be something that acknowledges existing conditions, just another color and area.
Understood.
Right, I mean, understanding the project limits, but having a sense of a whole context of what it'll be, what you'll be adding to what's there, what's the whole.
Right.
Absolutely. That can be done, and that will be done next time we come before you.
Okay.
So what makes it really more pedestrian, like are the tree beds between the road and the sidewalk?
Correct.
So then that makes it more pedestrian friendly because you
And
don't feel like you're in the road.
Correct, and the existing sidewalks are at best 4 feet wide, and there'll be 6
With poles.
typically. Yeah, with poles. My favorite picture that I wished I'd put in this presentation and have in others, is the bus stop right outside of CFA. I think the sidewalk's 3.5 feet wide and it has a bench sitting right in the middle of it. So that's the transformative nature of a 6 foot wide street. But you can see in the graphic on the left here of the screen that street tree is between the bike lane, which means the vehicles are even further away from where the pedestrian space is. And that's continuous except for the numerous driveways that you would see.
But getting those continuous soil volumes will also allow for bigger, healthier street trees. It will be pretty important. I have a few questions about the intersection at the Tarleton Oaks project and what is being driven by their proposed development and what is the design intention between the different plazas and how that sidewalk relates to the street.
Yes. So you can kind of see there's an existing condition photograph that was in the packet that's on the bottom left there. The right-of-way for all extensive purposes is that back edge of sidewalk on that swooping radius there. That line is roughly represented by the dashed line in front of the Tarleton Oaks building. The reason that space is available to us primarily is that today that's a 4.5 lane configuration. We're going down to what is essentially 2 travel lanes, 1 in each direction, and we're transitioning out around the curve, which is controlled by design criteria, to get rid of that center left turn lane and keeping the bike lanes. When we do that, we open up all of that space between that dash line that's now available to us, and we have a building design that kind of has their central entryway, which Keith, you're probably better to start talking at this point than me, that creates that space that we begin to focus on.
Right, and what I neglected to mention is we had met with the developer of Tarleton Oak about a month ago, maybe 6 weeks ago, to kind of specifically talk about this area and how we could, kind of join the potential improvements if construction timing and phasing worked out. As far as the specific of design of the space, we wanted to provide more of an area for a bus stop. That was certainly important between Lexington and High, but also provide enough area to get some larger trees and larger soil volume at the edge of the curb. So we tried to push that sidewalk as far back as we could while still maintaining, the most relevant walkway that folks would take. As far as the kind of, we're showing 3 circles here as far kind of relative nodes. As you're coming into town off of East High, when you are coming down, you see that vista. This is really kind of what you see. And with having some openings into that building architecture when it is present, and also having a statement piece at the current at the proposed intersection of East High and East High, we saw the potential for those 2 spaces to be something different, more of a plaza and less of a sidewalk.
And what is that square that's in the middle of the entry plaza?
That was just shown just for some design intent in the event that we wanted to work even further with Tarleton Oak if they wanted to help with some sort of coordination between the two projects. Really the ability or a potential location for the city to add some public art as a quote unquote gateway feature. I know that's a very loose term, but for lack of a better term at this point.
So what does what's the nature of that island that's running up between is that strictly just a painted, the sort of lozenge shape between the northbound and southbound lanes?
So as I mentioned, that area there south of this photograph, right, we have a left turn lane that's facing that. At an intersection, I can't just jump the traffic over. So I'm stuck on my transition. It would just be striping that's in the road that kind of disappears around the curve, and then you're down to a 2-lane space. I will add one of the changes we're making based on public comments on the right of this graphic. There was going to be a stripe buffer that was only 2 feet wide. It starts out at 10 in the lower left. Over there, we've actually reallocated that space to the bike lane. So the bike lane in front of CFA on both directions will be 6 feet wide instead of 5. That was a suggestion from the public, which we liked, and then adjusted the design. But that area will essentially be asphalt. That'll be flush. We looked at some concepts early on that had median space, like where we can introduce medians. While it was not the only driving decision, there was concern about the ability to maintain that in 1 lane of travel on each side. This is actually a fire access route, which means I have to have 20 feet from face of curb to face of curb unimpeded to be able to get the fire access truck through that. If you're wondering, on Belmont, we meet that requirement because
Is it 20-foot wide truck?
it's not just for the truck, it's for a car to be able to pull over and the fire truck to go by you if the traffic were stopped right out of your way. No different than if you and I were building a building, we'd have to have a 20-foot wide space for the truck to be able to get in to service our building in a fire. So Belmont, if you're wondering how that works, we don't have anything dividing the lanes on Belmont. So we meet that 24 feet total width in both directions.
Well, while we're on this slide, I think there are a couple things that I think are really good about this strategy, and then a few things that are really, I think, need a tremendous amount of work. I absolutely agree that it's going to be great to reclaim some of that space at the street corner, and I agree wholeheartedly with you guys that having these particular nodes and an ability for that project to have some visibility is going to be an improvement to the approach into the city. There's something about this particular portion of the project where the street architecture, the landscape architecture that's associated with the street kind of loses its way. The three circles don't really seem to have that much to do with either the intersection, a little bit to do with the architecture, but it seems a very foreign language that is not really used anywhere that I can think of in Charlottesville, and kind of creates a lot of weird intersections. There's a lot of strange little slivers of grass that wouldn't grow. The path, where throughout most of the project the path is pretty consistent in the geometry relative to the street. Here it kind of has some wonky moments, and then it curves to create some more space for trees, but doesn't meet up with the crosswalk at the intersection. So I feel like that the intuition is right to create those kinds of moments within the streetscape, but it doesn't feel yet integrated in a strong way.
How does the bus stop work? The bus pulls into the bike lane?
Yeah, so there would be a striped area similar to the intersections that would allow that to occur, and it would be signed in advance.
And is that where you find the street furniture and the bike racks? Like where do those get sprinkled in?
It's a good question. Keith, you want to address that?
Specifically for the bus.
You showed, well, just in general, there are pictures of garbage cans, bike racks, and benches. Where do they?
So we currently haven't specified exact locations for those just yet, but they will be coming up in the next round of plan development.
And at that point,
like right now in that stretch, there's like one bench.
Right.
Is there going to be 10 benches, 25 benches, one more extra bench?
I don't think there will be 10, but I think there will be more than one.
Okay.
But I mean, I think the trash cans, the bike racks, we're going to locate those where they need to be, right? And where there's space to be able to actually park the bikes there. That's going to be at the intersections, right? Most likely. There probably will be a bike rack at the bus stop. That's certainly something we come back before you. We'll have those locations more nailed down and be able to show those in a graphic to you. But they would be spread out across the quarter in places that make sense.
Yeah, and I think that'll be a helpful design tool, because I think those will help create plazas that make sense, and it's not just something that gets placed after the fact, after the plazas get designed, but they're actually integral to that.
one thing that also occurred to me was we're going to have to decide where the transition from that furniture to mall furniture is, right?
Yeah, because actually on Locust we got furniture that matched some of the more downtown furniture installed for the bus stops, for what it's worth. I guess it doesn't matter. And it's another block in before the first bench.
Should be like a melted, warped transition furniture so you don't quite notice the change. Or hard.
Just thought I'd point it out. I mean, we have black garbage cans, not sort of charcoal gray garbage cans, you know, all that. Somewhere in there, there's a question waiting to be answered.
Not tonight.
Can we see that intersection in one of the larger drawings? Yeah. Oops. There we go. So there's really no pedestrian crosswalk on this side, right? That's where you're thinking of putting the median, but...
Correct. So typically from an operational standpoint and a safety standpoint, unless the volume at the intersection of pedestrians would be so great to box it in. So a great example would be on Market Street, right?
Right.
It should be boxed.
Right.
That we actually looked at the pedestrian volumes using the existing crosswalks and did not recommend boxing in Jefferson or High Street. The biggest problem with that is creating an ADA space in front of the driveway that's directly across High Street,
Right,
kind of
right.
right where the bike box is, but opposite. The reason we don't have the boxed intersection at Jefferson is, so this quarter, as we talked about, if you've been with us in the Belmont project before, the capacity problem that exists on Ninth Street is not within the isolated intersections of this project or the Belmont project. It's a global pipeline project. There's more traffic that wants to get here than we possibly could serve. So this project, similar to the Belmont job, essentially maintains the status quo. It keeps the traffic operations similarly, changes up intersections and configurations through signal timing, through use of turn lanes. What that means is in the afternoon and in the morning, there can be queues that back up from High Street and that signal past Jefferson. The most of the queues are contained between the north side of Jefferson on the right of that graphic. So we didn't want to propose a crosswalk with people walking between cars that are stopped at the light. And that was a interesting debate if you were with us for the steering committee meeting on that. But that also is the one, I think about 100 and some pedestrians cross right there to go like towards Court Square. They use that crosswalk, not the one on the north. There's maybe 10 or 20 or so.
So I was just wondering about that median. You don't think doing a concrete median there would be more resolved than the striped lines? I'm just wondering. I mean, I don't know how people feel about that, but then people would be tempted to cross the street there and stand. Well, maybe they would be on those stripes too.
Well, it sounds like from the fire access.
Yeah, but they don't have any problem driving over it.
Yeah, I think he's saying make it flush, if I'm understanding the recommendation. I think we talked about that. The only caveat, and something we can explore before we come back before you and make a recommendation, the challenge with that solution will be how we actually construct it.
Right.
So, but that is something that we can take on ourselves to evaluate, because I don't necessarily disagree that if we could change that color or maybe make it the Omaha tan color like the sidewalks, that would be more attractive than the striped out area. So we'll take that.
It also
action
just
then.
looks less temporary and looks less like you've just kind of changed your mind about something.
Correct.
And that it creates this sort of sense of intention, I guess, for lack of a better word.
And so we've done that. We've done that in Loudoun. If you've been to Luckett's before in Loudoun County on Route 15, we actually did something very similar. Same rural fire access code. We couldn't put a median in. We actually did introduce a different colored median space to make you slow down and not think you could drive faster, to communicate to actually traffic. That's been in place for 10 years.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Right, because I think that material change and all that effectively narrows down the apparent lane width.
Correct.
And, right now, you always, of course, because that's such an amorphous mess over there anyway, but you always feel like you're just taking your life in your hands crossing that street over there.
Yeah, definitely. And right now, that's the language around town of the city trying to figure out something. It's not very permanent.
Right. Well, either that or they put the little stakes.
Yeah.
Flexi post.
Right.
So is there still a parking garage planned for that corner of 9th and Market?
So it's my understanding is in the city's CIP, not in the current next fiscal year that has budget to it. That is area being actively studied, including coordination with this project, but I don't think anyone would be prepared to know the answer of it's a parking garage.
So as of now, you're not planning for it, but you might.
We're designing our project not to preclude that.
Okay.
But it's not necessarily part of this project.
So we'll put a nice big car opening on one of our main streets.
That's what I was worried about.
Maybe we can mimic the one down by the parking garage on Water Street. Where you have multiple entries right there.
Not per our guidelines.
What's the width of the street there where that big painted median is?
Should be approximately 32 feet plus the bike lane, so it'd be more like 40.
Could you not shift and do a planning? You don't need that much space, right? Could that a planting strip go so that protects that sidewalk. Because the sidewalk on the far side is nice and protected with the tree lawn and et cetera, but, basically after you get to Tarleton Oaks, it stops being on the lower side.
The issue is the existing curve is pretty much at minimum for 25 miles an hour. So from an improvability standpoint to meet AASHTO, I'm kind of stuck on that alignment, and I need the lanes to all align with each other. So I think if we were able to shift it at all, we would only get a planting space that was less than a couple feet in width. We wouldn't be able to get street trees. And we looked at that early on in the concept. And that's just because that right-of-way line of how, whenever 9th Street was kind of laid out through here, horse and buggy days, whenever it was, that curve just wasn't designed for the vehicle. And we do have some absolute minimums of thresholds we can't cross, so.
Does seem like a row of bushes would keep your toddlers from running into the busy area, but.
The point being, I don't disagree with you that if I'm a pedestrian, I'm crossing at that intersection and going walking on the other side. But it's no worse than how things are when we transition where our job ends either. And I think that's a unique opportunity to remind ourselves, one of the things we were tasked with in this project was to think through how this project fits, right? I think unlike a lot of streetscapes that Keith and I have done together, this is not to say this is the final version of what from the curb in the street looks like. Obviously, the infill development over 20 years, over 30 years is going to change. And I would foresee that as an opportunity that this board would have input on, as well as
Those driveways might go away.
the driveways may go away, the buildings may change, and you would actually get to introduce the street trees at that point in time, potentially, depending on the current comp plan and zoning requirements. So we're trying to make the improvements we can make and set some patterns and set some guidelines for what happens in the future, but I think we're sowing seeds that ultimately will be grown out later.
If those trees on the inside curve are required to be removed for sight lines, is there some possibility that sidewalk could move inboard a little bit further?
So a sightline easement, probably not. The sightline easement would be significantly cheaper than actually purchasing the right-of-way. But that's something that certainly, when we get to that point, we're fighting hard on that one to realize what we need to do for a safety standpoint and the requirements. It won't be that whole corner swath. It'll probably be, the property it affects the most is obviously the one right there in that left corner if I'm approaching on 9.5 to 9th looking to my left, right? Mm-hmm. It's probably a triangular space that's, I don't know, 10,000 square feet. We won't do that unless we absolutely have to. It's something we're still ongoing. Interestingly enough, that's really the only major design thing we're kind of dialoguing with our friends at VDOT about.
I had one other intersection question. I noticed on the 7th and 8th intersections at Market that the radii were pretty large. It seemed like something must be driving it. It seemed where you mostly were trying to close down and tighten up the radii there, they seem quite large.
Yeah, that's we're actively working on refining this design. So that's something we'll take a look at the design vehicle in that area. I know the absolute minimum you can do is the one on the far left, but I don't disagree. Depending on how the movements look, we should be able to refine.
Yeah, because it makes the pedestrian path a lot longer rather than like choking it down. It's doing just the opposite.
It'd be nice to match the one on the left if we could, as much as possible.
We'll look into that. Like I said, the challenge with this one is this is an area that's pretty important to the operator of the pavilion and how they service their trucks. So the entrance to the pavilion for the truck traffic, if you're not familiar, is that entrance all the way over here on the right before the intersection. So what I'm told, and I think I've confirmed, is that those trucks would stage there and they would actually walk the truck backing down into the entrance after the show's over, after the traffic leaves and 1 a.m. or whatever, and they would pull back out. So we do have some work yet still to do in this area. I just wanted to make you aware that though we're not moving curbs elsewhere in the project, we still got to meet ADA requirements at the intersection and still move traffic through it.
So these are the trucks serving the pavilion? Or?
Right, so this would be like if I'm a performer relieving my sound system.
So you can't force them to come down and around on Water Street?
Well, they have
No, they're trying to get to
access over
backstage
there
though.
The stage.
Which is right here.
You know.
That access point's right here,
Yeah.
because you go across the bridge, you can't get in. I'm even told by the pavilion operator from the Belmont Design, they even stage trucks in the middle of the night on 9th Street. So I think I think this situation's real. I think we just have to figure out what we can accommodate and what we can't. But the point is valid that we'll look at the radii, look at streets that work, look at the operations at those intersections, and come back with something that fits and is not completely different between one side of the street and the other.
Right.
That's just another total aside, but are we legally required to have marked out parking spaces?
No, that's just for informational purpose. We wouldn't work them out. Yeah.
Just wondering, I've gotten tickets for that with my Mini Cooper, because, you know, I don't squeeze into a place that I thought.
Yeah, so Belmont, I think we're putting back, don't quote me on numbers, but 40, 50 spaces, I guess, in the southwest quadrant. We're not marking any of them currently, so, other than the ones that'll be accessible or for the railroad.
Yeah. It's easy to take this little section a little bit for granted because it's kind of so piecemeal right now and not as heavily trafficked, but with development on either of those properties and the other things going on, it's going to be as busy as it is down on Market.
Right, I just don't understand, you know, it's particularly here's a major corner, and we put a parking garage on it, it's kind of like, what?
Yeah.
I just have a little problem
I
with
mean,
that.
if the building's vertical of any nature, a parking deck or whatever it would be,
Could be
anything we
something
do
at the
in
street
here, they're
level
gonna
and-
take out and put something back that would be subject to your review, right? So this is purely what we can live with in the interim before it or if that happens.
Since this is part of the study area and owned by the city, there was like this little 1 foot wide strip. There is a 1 foot wide strip of dirt and grass and tree stumps where trees didn't really make it, surprisingly. Is there any way to work in some trees there?
Between 7th and 8th Street,
Yeah, between 7th and 8th Street.
we can take a look. I know it gets very tight. I doubt our friends at the Downtown Business Association would welcome the removal of the 3 parking spaces. That would be the trade-off that would enable us to plant trees. But we can certainly look and see what width's available. Again, since the city owns that, we can look at where the parking stall is and how all that works, just to make sure.
Yeah, because it seems like there's probably enough room to tighten that up a little bit.
Yeah, I think one of the things that may happen in our refinement before we come back is there may be some clarity on what the plan schedule is for those areas. What I've kind of to NDS is, from our recommendation would be, if we don't have a date for that and we don't know when that's going to happen, let's by all means build the improvements we think that we want there without impinging the use, which gets complicated because you notice Albemarle County is a co-owner of some of that land in there. But at the same time, if that's going to be in the CIP and be funded and be an active project that comes before you, say in 2022, while we're building this project, why are we putting those street trees and doing the other things? Let the development project, whatever it is, do it. So I think similar to Tarleton Oaks, we've got some things that have got to play out over the next 6 to 9 months to a year before we fully know that.
Well, if you're actually doing it, better than waiting and them never.
Right, but if that becomes a more real schedule and we know it happens concurrent with ours,
Yeah.
that may change our math. That may or may not happen, but it's where we are today.
Thank you for addressing the concerns about the scale of the trees. I think that was
Yeah.
real improvement. And I think identifying those areas that have the more contiguous soil volumes and finding ways to get some variety is, and both in species but in height, is going to be valuable for that corridor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Just trying to figure out.
What's up?
There were cars on the roof of the building, and it's like trying to get in my.
It's called a parking garage.
That back wall of the.
Yeah, you can park on top of that.
On top of that.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay, yeah, you can't.
You come down from Court Square. There's cars there. It's like, oh. Yeah, you come down from Court Square.
And you hang a left.
Yep.
I know, well, I know that, but it's like I didn't realize it was that up against the wall of the courtyard.
It was a very funky building.
Yeah, man. This is why our jobs are so important in this place.
Okay. Staff questions?
As quickly as I can. One, my new assistant, Robert Watkins, will be joining us at the end of August. He is a graduate of William & Mary. He's been working for the past year with a Page and Turnbull architectural firm out in San Francisco. Very excited to move back home. He's a very impressive young man, and Tim will be doing his best to help Robert get his sea legs. The fine young lady to my right is moving to Atlanta, so we're in like soon, right?
Mid-August.
Yeah. So.
Oh, it's a perfect time to go to Atlanta.
Yeah. Yes. So my son will be leaving. He might be able to get the place he's renting now. But so we want to wish Carrie well and thank her for phenomenal BAR minutes. Second, you all, I don't know how far and wide Stephen sent his email, but his term is up at the beginning of the year on the BAR. I don't know everyone else's terms, but
Is it still on the website?
what's that?
It used to be listed on.
Oh, God.
I think it is.
I think we're all
It
over
probably
this January.
is.
No.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Good luck.
I'm going to get Tim and some of my friends to sit in. It would just be a coup. Just give some thought to possibly.
He's the business owner downtown,
Yes,
correct?
so it needs to be a business owner in a historic district.
Okay.
So, throw some names around, I don't know, just something to give some thought to. Second, I had an A, B, 1, 2. Just before things get too, a lot has been discussed about the condition of the Consular House, 327 6th Street. I have received a lot of comments and angry emails about the condition of it. Well aware of that, and we're doing what we can within the powers of zoning. On June 3rd, I sent a letter to the owner and said he had 45 days to show sustained progress towards completing the front porch. They did get a building permit for it, and the other day, Tom Elliott was out. They did an inspection, they poured the footings. So I know that I understand that some folks are still upset about that. Some people say, why isn't the BAR doing this? Why aren't we doing this or that? But just so you all know, there has been progress on that. And as I was quoted when the Seville contacted me about it, I said that, I worry that when we get at legal loggerheads on an issue, that then the structure loses, and that's what I did not want to have happen. Just so we're clear, Charlottesville is not going to, unless council says, here's a lot of money, go do it. My understanding is when someone fails to do something, our action is to fine them and hope that compels action, but the city's not going to go in and finish the project.
Although we did go and button up that house over off of Ridge Street.
And buttoning it up is very different from restoring a removed feature. So that we're clear on that. So I just wanted to let you all know so that if people say, hey, why aren't you doing something? We have been, and maybe I should be announcing it more, but I'm just trying to get that house put back together. And
I think we've been, as a board and you as staff have been doing all that we're able to do in that regard, and I think people misunderstand what our role might be.
Yeah, and some of the comments to me have been rather personal, and so, and I just...
And that's not appropriate.
If you all are getting complaints or people are saying something, we know what's going on, and we're doing what we can. And so enough of that. Number 3, I know I already probably shared with you, but just again, and thank you, Jody, your service on the VDHR's board. The survey area for Little High Street, it's a smaller area than the entire, was recommended by DHR's board for being eligible for VLR and the Virginia Landmarks Register and the National Register. So I don't believe that neighborhood is, I don't believe that the state and National Register designation was what they were seeking. I think they still would like to see a historic conservation district for the much larger area. I've had conversations with them, and I said, well, then show us that neighborhood as a whole generally supports it. So stay tuned for more on that.
And the city always says that and then gives no specifics of how that's to be. Is it a vote? Is it a...
Yeah, and it's and I said, I've been talking with some people over there, and I've said, if you all want to do this just like the folks in Martha Jeff neighborhood did, they came together and they the city worked with them and had a plan. I said, but I am not staffed to be, spending time over there saying, come on, people, let's do this. So I really, I need them to work with us. I'll provide all the assistance I can, but I don't know if well, whatever, stay tuned on that one. 10th and Page, we did get the grant to do, I had asked for $24,000, I got $20,600. So I had to find a little bit of money. The Historic Resources Committee was very generous, is allowing me to use some of our funds, funds towards the historic surveys. I didn't realize until, well, a couple weeks ago that every other year, Historic Surveys was receiving $50,000 in the CIP towards new neighborhood surveys. Well, that didn't happen this year. So that kind of threw everything for a loop, but we will be moving forward with the 10th and Page survey hopefully soon. That's going to be about 350 properties that will be surveyed, and very excited about it. DHR's excited about it, so that should be good. The last thing, just Tim, will you hold that up? And Melanie's been involved in this, so you all know that the Vinegar Hill Park is not going to get constructed if or at least the signage and narrative.
Can you spin it around?
Representing the blue corner. Yeah, that's right. This is what Tim does on Saturdays when
for Liberty Tax.
That's right. So, so what we've done is the Historic Resources Committee came up with a series of, I think, 7 posters as a temporary exhibition about the history of Vinegar Hill, and they will be installed on the construction wall down there across from the Omni. The developer, the owner, has been very helpful in allowing the placement of these on their construction site, so we're grateful.
And is it just one of each?
It's
a lot of fence.
Yeah, we've been debating putting it together, separated, but we have the approvals. We're going to print them out, and actually Madeline Hawks, who some of you may know, is experienced in, I think, sticking things to walls late at night, so she's going to use her secret wheat paste recipe to do that. Yeah, you learn a lot at the Historic Resources Committee.
And the idea is like additional posters can be created, right. These can change and evolve. Right. Like there's still a lot of time till the construction fence comes down. So.
That's awesome. And instead of going with really nice vinyl printed posters like I know they've done at UVA, we intentionally had this sort of as a disposable piece, knowing that they're going to get written on, damaged. Well, fine. I go and ask Pam to print another one, and Madeline and friends go out late at night and stick it up again.
This is a fine example of one because it actually has a backing foam core, which the ones put in the built environment will not.
Yeah, no foam core. It's only natural ingredients will be used, and so. But it's so those will go up, and so you will see those. And the only condition I had with Mr. Fabio was that we have a maintenance plan, so we'll be having a sign-up sheet with the Historic Resource Committee to kind of regularly check up on these if they need to be fixed or repaired.
So
But
when are they gonna actually be installed?
I knew you'd ask me that. Yes, they will be installed. And, no, we're, Madeline can't find her oatmeal paste recipe, so that's one thing. And then and Pam's been out, so when she gets back. And then there's just some little final edits they're gonna make, so I'd hope by the end of August. And then Historic Resources Committee will be back into the markers at Court Square, and Council has also tasked the Historic Resources Committee with taking a look at the slave auction block plaque. So we've got a lot of fun coming in that committee.
Well, so hopefully by 2025, we can have some action taken.
I stood here at a council meeting.
2035,
Yeah,
something like that.
it was like 1 o'clock in the morning, and they're like, how fast can you do it? And I was like, I said, does it have text? If it has text.
Did you tell them that the temporary posters of Vinegar Hill have been under intense discussion?
I said, we actually
for 6
finished
months?
these. Yeah, I said, we might finish these in under a year. I said, but yeah, so it's interesting. And then I know some of you may have seen a marker went in across up at the courthouse. And there was some consternation because we hadn't heard about it. Nobody really knew anything about it. But talking with Joanne Schmidt on Friday, and she said, yeah, we were very concerned about its unveiling, and so they were intentionally kind of quiet about it. Unfortunate reality that we live in right now. But it's a very interesting memorial that they put up there. I encourage you to go and take a look at it. That's all I have. I know Place is meeting this Thursday.
So if somebody wants to go in my stead, please do.
Free lunch. Get free lunch.
And
Tim, when are you moving back to Charlottesville?
Probably not for another year.
And then just so you all know, and for the public too, our BAR guidelines work session for Chapter 5, Public Design, has been moved from the Neighborhood Development Services Conference Room to the second floor conference room, starting at 5:30 to 7:30 p.m.
So there's actually a number of positions that are going to become available in January. Carl, did you fill the end of somebody else's?
No, I thought I had 2 more years.
Yeah, Carl's not allowed to.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, not you. 20. Justin, I think you filled a term that somebody vacated early, so you could do it again.
Pointer's term, and then was
Appointed in 2016, so you could potentially be appointed again if you so desired.
That was the
It's 4 years, right?
Yeah, it's 4 years, but then if you fill somebody's
That
vacated
doesn't count?
terms, then
It
yes,
can be
those are
more.
extra
Right.
years. So then I'm done at January, and there's, Emma could be reappointed again one more time, but she has to reapply for January. And Stephen, who said he's not reapplying.
Stephen Miller.
Yep. And then, yeah, Tim, you're still good for 2 more years.
It's so hard to believe. Seems like I've been here forever.
You have.
It's true.
Because you filled someone's term, right?
I feel
Yeah.
Fred's. Fred must have been like 2 months into his term or something when he quit.
Yeah,
So I
because
could
you
figure-
started in 2012.
Yeah, because I was here for I had the pleasure of seeing the flats.
Yeah, you were reappointed in 2014 and 18.
Yeah.
They're not here January 13? Yeah.
14. Oh, no, wait, you're 13, Justin, and Carl was 14. Anyway.
Yeah, so.
One neighborhood, has Star Hill ever talked about it? Because, they were felt so much under the gun, like Pat Edwards always will come and defend them, but it's interesting that they've never
I've mentioned
wanted
it to them
kind
so
of
many
protection.
times, and they don't. 'Cause
We had a survey done, eligible for designation. Rose Hill, I don't know, when I met with them, I've met with them twice now, talking about a district, and the local district kind of like, whoa, what? You know, so, you know, it's a process. But my concern is that when I hear some of the conversations I'm hearing about historic conservation districts are, it's
Precursor to gentrification?
well, just, it's like, okay, what is, you know, we might as well, you know, there has to be, what is the architectural character that, and I shared with the Little High folks, I said, look, the first step was getting the survey. And that survey was the whole area, you know, High Street, Mark Street to Mead Avenue. Then within that surveyed area, the designation of an area for the listing. I said, but what Richmond's criteria is, you know, is up here, you know, we what's important to us locally, but what's that? It can't just be, we don't want anything coming in. You know, there has, you know, preservation has to still have, you know, be anchored in something that we're preserving, and not just simply, we don't want stuff here.
But like the Woolen Mills thing, that was a zoo.
So, yeah, so what's the
The city
community?
council
right?
Well, back in the day, so
Stood
was
up.
the Rose Hill
Yeah.
conversation.
So
What's
that's,
that?
I mean, not Rose Hill,
Fikeville.
back in the day was real.
That's what started the whole, you have to have neighborhood support. That was never
right.
defined.
I mean, that's why, you know, there's only IPPs in that neighborhood. So, now, you know, one of the things I have been asked is, are there other IPPs that we should be identifying? You know, the last time we added anything to the list was 2010. So, yeah.
It's time to look at that.
So there's some things that you know, but that's just an update of where things are. I think my concern would be, and one of the things I'm hoping Tim and I can pull together is really look at what's been the result of this historic conservation district experience.
Has it been effective?
I think it has been. I would suggest, though, that I feel like a lot of stuff in there. I think that we all need to go kind of look back at, all right, what are the things that come here? What are the things that come to me, and what are the criteria? Because, you know, like, for example, I'm thinking of Martha Jefferson neighborhood. You've seen it. I think there's a lot of people moving into that neighborhood. I think we're going to see.
And doing a lot of stuff to the houses.
Right. And so there's some lack of clarity. In fact, Jenny Keller asked me the other day, you know, because you're reviewing the design guidelines, what are you doing about the historic conservation district guidelines? It's like, oh, great, thanks. One more thing on my list. But, you know, it was a valid
Well, at
question.
least that's a two-page project, not,
And in all fairness, I think before Mary Joy left, I think we did do a review of those.
we did.
We did.
Yeah.
So I'd say, you know, it's a manpower, you know, issue, or female power, person power issue. You know, what's the amount of resources that we as staff can put into it? You have me still relatively new. Tim and I basically been here same amount of time, but now he's gonna teach, hopefully, a young man coming in, so it's gonna take him several months, yeah, to see how it all works. You know, when someone says to me, hey, can we add another, you know, 600 home historic conservation district or whatever, I was like, oh my God, I don't
Well,
know.
It depends on how important the city
Yeah.
believes.
Well, then, you know, then you have the whole cross current of affordable housing and any changes to the zoning code that may bring.
I think that, and I've tried having some good conversations with Alex about, I said, you know, if you want to talk about opportunities for affordable housing, you know, look at what places like Roanoke have done, and where they've used the National Register or the Virginia Landmarks Register to leverage rehabilitation tax credits for existing housing stock. And because the local designation doesn't achieve that. So, you know, there are affordable housing opportunities in historic preservation that we should be exploring, but I don't know, we don't even have a housing, do we have a housing person? We don't know. We have so many people.
I mean, new construction, even if it's high density, is inherently not affordable.
Right.
And so existing housing stock mildly,
The thing is, we don't have that much in the way of big houses relative to like a lot like Roanoke or a lot of other towns. But by the same token, we have a lot of very small houses which really don't. You don't have any economy of scale to try to make those into multifamily houses. You can't.
Well,
can't do it.
I have a building I need to show you, and it's sometimes showing Justin today, kind of that big house down on Langford Avenue, which is trying to figure out how to stabilize it for a woman and her 2 teenage daughters, and AHIP has a budget to do something, and it's like I said, you guys, that's not even half of what you need, but one of my concerns, I've expressed it before, I do get calls from folks and they say, look, I'm 78 years old and I'm fixed income and my roof's leaking. Are you guys going to make me do X, Y, Z? Or, I need to do something. I can't afford to do that. And so it's that resource to be able to, almost need like a technician to go and work with these people to say, here's how we can help you. We can say yes or no, or here's what you need
But
to
you
do.
need somebody to navigate them through all the policy wonk stuff.
Yeah. I mean, and I've talked to Mike about it. It's like, I don't know quite how to, say people here, call this local builder and he can work with you. But it really does, I think a lot of these preservation questions are people that, we talk about deferred maintenance. They're retired folks that they don't know what to do. And I understand. I mean, Breck has holes in his roof. I stood in my bathroom the other day and went, well, in maybe 1 year.
You don't even have to defer it for it to happen.
I know, but I can't spray that spray goop on my roof
Because
every
Billy
weekend either.
May no longer is out there selling it, right?
Right. So so there's resources. I think there's an interest in things going on, and I think we need to. But it's the amount, and that's why I said hopefully Tim can kind of say, here's what we've been doing with our staff reviews for these projects. And I think if there are things where I don't have to prepare a staff report, we don't have to, go round and round. I mean, the time, he was on vacation last week and we talked every day about, all right, what do we got to do this? How do we do that? Because you got to put things online. They've got to be ADA accessible. They've got to be, it's just round and round and round. If there are things that we could say and delineate, when it's this, if there's an easier route, I think that, would help me be a little more effective in historic conservation districts and some other places. But that has to come up in, I know we're still discussing our guidelines. I don't know. I mean, I said, what do we need to get my mom's place for the weekend? We all pile in there and no one leaves until we answer all the questions. Of course, we'd have to Skype the public in, right? But,
put a gag on you.
Yeah.
No.
Oh!
Good way to finish.
Touche.
All right, now we can go home.
I won't say that.
Beer, anybody?
Oh, come on, Jeff.
Huh?
Absolutely.
You know I appreciate you.
Since Jody said how much he loves that space, I'm like, wait, is he there?
What? Somehow I got fortune cookies. Anyone want fortune cookies?
Billy made it as far as I was trying to spread happiness.
I kill happiness, Jeff. You know that.
He's a mean kid to shut out of. Big kid too. When you said, well, when you look at that thing from up high, and I look at Justin like, yeah, making fun of little people. Yeah, you don't see that. Right. You're tall. You can look down and see how the shapes don't fit. Justin and I are like, oh, I don't know. It looks good.